it's really that. Yes, Peter.
Could you talk a little bit more about Charlie's and Jennifer's early question on sort of differential measurement error in those two, since one is earlier than the other?
Sure.
For example, I'm wondering whether when they release their forecasted tax return information, whether the firm already knows what their book earnings will be like, or whether there's still incremental uncertainty for those people, those firms when they release that earlier information.
Sure. No, that's a great question. So there's a couple of things going on here. So there's two things, right? There's a question of do they know the book, and do they know this, right? The final tax. And I think the difference between those is going to have very different. So I'll show you a distribution of the differences. There's some that come out like within a day of each other. The book and this, those ones feel like probably have a pretty good sense of what it's going to be. On average, it's about 21. This one I think is a more interesting question, right? Because I think Jennifer may have been alluding to this. I think other people have. I could jack this number up potentially, right? And then come back and really negatively bias it down. And I think that, and the reason, on the one hand, that's just something that biases against finding potentially negative. But the regulator does it, right? And the impression, and this is something that is on my list maybe a conversation with something to find out whether or not how much they use a spreadsheet. I think having that. So people can see the breadth. Yeah, Tom.
So maybe jumping ahead a little bit, so feel free to defer if need be, but so this is the disclosure mandates, right? So they're supposed to have issued some sort of estimated tax return prior to the book announcement. But I think your paper says in at least 20% of cases the tax return comes after. Like, why is that happening?
So we played around with this a bit, just giving it to, I think, Christian's point. I think there are a couple of firms that set up. They basically put the book out before this. And the rest of them, I think there is some measurement error, like we just, the scraping may not have gone as well, but I think there are some, and this is something we have been playing around with. It's trying to answer that question, why is that spread? Because it does seem like there's a slight increase, and from what Iden told me too, looking at them, there was at least 4 or 5 that seemed they were making the choice to break it up. I think that's just something.
You'd be curious to see how those firms differ from the firms that do.
When we ran it, was because there was there wasn't like that. I would have loved that magic bullet of right in this industry, this amount of sales. I didn't see anything that clean, but there could definitely be more. Yeah.
So I appreciate the discussion about some of the economic forces that affect tax return disclosure not translating in Turkey. So then that raises external wealth.
Sure.
The other part is just, as I'm thinking more about this, if there is something unique in the tax code that potentially makes tax disclosures informative in Turkey, I mean, that again need not translate to other countries if it is that unique aspect of the tax code that's generating the information content.
So the second part I actually feel pretty good about. So if you go in and look, I read it, there were as much as like it's in there. It's actually pretty close to the US briefly. The biggest differences are they do have specific price estimates, like there's worldwide taxation. There's double taxation in terms of differences, right? There's a perceived pressure. So the biggest difference from the US, you're totally right, it is a much smaller economy. I think honestly the specific piece of information that right, the Turkish multinational doesn't have the 8,000 things. That might be the information. So, but you're right. I mean, this is telling you already. Yes. You don't get them all. I know. I was hoping. No, that's actually. Then you're assuming the report value. However, you don't know the actually value and our value and report. That's something we don't observe. And the implication, as this question shows, is that you cannot separate the bias from just having those relationship between value and earnings. This is exactly the same question as the other. So, how can you conclude the level of bias that he's a magnitude? And the fact that they could challenge with that part, that you could just believe that the connection between earnings and value is something that proportionality factor that we don't know. And you know that for value is essential to your identification. We also do it from the model is that the amount of bias is proportional to your Now, I would push you towards actually writing down that what you see is not value, it's actually earnings. Fair. So there is a paper by Bayer and Renovation showing that in order to identify that, you need to write a dynamic model that does reconnect the signal to the value. Then you can be able to separate. So there becomes this intermediate step, basically, in the model between what we basically have. Right? Okay. I'm not going to solve. I'm not going to be able to solve that up here. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to think about that. Thank you. That may have killed me. We'll see. I lost my thing. Just quickly, these are the actual disclosures. So we need some way to actually do this. So this is the model as it is. We really heavily relied on Jennifer and Terrence's paper results. And basically what the model is going to do, right? Let's do the time. We have this, and Jerry, I showed you come back. I want to make sure they're pretty. So we have this booking tax reports that are being prepared. There's going to be some difference. System. The manager is going to disclose a report based on the bias category. This is the point where you're saying solve the part, right? So you're saying that we should have for this video.
Yeah. So rely. I need to just to watch.
And the fact that
so
okay, so you for our lead today. So you don't need that for 3 more. Well, it is recorded, so I'll leave it recorded.
But if there's a way for this to be shows
I mean, I don't know whether you can maybe do something about that relationship to essentially identify the area and then use the essentially the change. Yeah, so you're saying actually add the explicit value function. Here. All right, I'm not going to be able to do it in my head right now, but I do think it can get us to the same. Right, as long as I mean, I can't do that. Not following it, but intuitively, if I'm understanding everything correctly, I don't think that changes fundamental. Yeah. Oh, you have cash flows and then you call it. Where not expecting to be deferrals and accruals. There was IRR. I have. Yes. So, when would you expect that to be mean zero? When would you're saying that there should always, like, there should be some sort of. Well, that would depend, right? If I'm arriving around where I'm at in my life cycle, yeah. It would depend on whether that's zero. Like, I hesitate to call it one. Okay. I mean, that's just a cool deferral. Okay. And unless all our accounting is going. Yeah, I mean, there's an argument. But then the next one, the lambda, does that represent differences
were temporary, it looked like a combination. I kind of expected the lamb to be times the book earning and then plus something on top of that.
Yeah, because I mean, we've done a variation of this. All sort of collapse. But the answer to your question of what does it represent? Yes, it's supposed to capture all of. We weren't that concerned specifically with the plural. So we just sort of left it.
These are all options now.
Yes. So it is
So before they box.
right. Theoretically.
In this theory of getting you to present some results. So I have a question about like the parameter estimates. And so I think it will be useful to estimate the volatility parameters because that's really what connects the model to like report financial reporting or mandatory reporting. So with more precision of information than you know, conduct counterfactual analysis, what we have to market actions and all that, so that will hopefully help you increase the contribution.
So
you
actually,
can see that.
some similar stuff came up during the review process. So basically, we have two reports. They have bias, lots of noise, or what they call it, an investor reviews. This is fundamentally 15 minutes, basically. Yes. Okay, I think we did. So just very quickly, this was useful for me. I don't know if it's, but I think it's useful to see these numbers completely hypothetical, but what we think is actually happening, right? So let's just assume the book and the tax of producing systems are completely the same. Predictability, right? Let's just make it the very same number, same report. The manager, let's assume there is no public disclosure. We're going to assume on average they're going to try and buy it down. They're going to try and pay less taxes. And I think this might help with some of the comments. And this is something I came over there. I think this is something we could model. Clear, even though I do think it collapses back. So we're assuming they're going to bias as much as they get away with, right? Whatever the regulator says, taxes, and then they're going to upwardly bias the book to get the investor reaction they want. Right? This is sort of the pre-disclosure. Yeah, incredibly simple. Let's assume now it is publicly disclosed and the investors can know what the bias. Right? And I think this is where the trade-off comes in. We still think it's going to be a negative tax bias. We still think investors are going to value to some extent, on average, again, right? That they're going to be wanting to have a lower tax bias. On average, again, there's other results. But we do think, again, we don't think it's actually going to, well, they could perfectly see bias. Signal there. So where our model is bringing in what we think is more reality, and we can't actually see. So what we think is going to happen is we're going to reduce the amount of tax bias, negative tax bias, because we're toward the fact that we want to higher number. Right? Don't read anything into the actual numbers. We think it will actually way. This is I don't know if that was helpful or not. All right, let's get into it. So we already talked about all this. Here's the objective function. Yes.
This is related to quite a few comments about your assumptions about the managers just trying to maximize the stock return between day 2 and day 1. Something that I'm thinking about, because you said you mess around with some sort of extensions. One kind of extension I think would probably be reasonable. You assume the following. So you assume your earnings are about cash, but that's kind of pre-tax figure cash. And then if you think about like over the long term, then the amount of taxes you pay will reduce your fundamentals. So you think about the manager trying to maximize the price response, and the price response is to the after-tax fundamentals, which is your pre-tax fundamentals minus the amount of taxes paid. And the amount of taxes paid will just be the tax rate times the taxable income. So in this sense, you will still get your trade-off. The manager does not necessarily want to overstate the earnings because, well, it increases the investor's perception of pre-tax fundamentals, reduce the amount of taxes. And so you also have a trade-off, you have, and then and you can even assume the manager's objective function is like a convex combination of the superior price, which is like a more reasonable function. You used to get all the trade-off you need, and my hunch is, we're still working with this.
And so that, again, I'll show you why we did it this way, thought to do it, but it's based on this comment that comments here, I think breaking it out. So for example, let's say we have a weight on the first price, we have a weight on the difference. Plus explicitly bringing in the cap.
Exactly, because in this case, you can put positive weight on each price, because the price itself would actually take into account, the reduction of taxes on after tax funding.
Well, and that's exactly kind of what when you would around.
Exactly. It's just, it seems to be like more often. That's the problem about whether this is, why this is tax or why this is not another fundamental information.
Yes.
Just thinking about the cost function. And this is when we found the regulator, and I see one report get biased this way, and other report get biased that way. There should be some costliness to having inconsistent biases, and they seem sort of independent in the way they're put in the cost function.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, right? This is something you even see in the US. There's a whole stream of literature on does the IRS. And I have mixed feelings about the results from those papers, but there does seem to be something, so it's fair. Like that's something I can talk about. That's another thought. Yeah, I have to think about it. Yeah.
So going back to my earlier question about the objective function, just quickly, I think it's important to to consider Xu's comment, because here you're giving the manager explicit incentive to depress the stock price after release estimated tax information, whereas I think your intuition is about decreasing cash payment in order to improve the stock price. So I think, I would imagine that it would bias against finding the negative bias, but so given that, you've documented and maybe the truth is larger than what you document. So, but I think, in terms of quantitative implications, it would be important to consider the trade-off as.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, the way we try to get at this, right? The first three aggregate, the report is still going to reflect the second price, which means you can't take it too much, or at least there's.
I want different for model like institution, like to figure out the reasonableness of how we answers. Are there like lower distinction either in like this is the bias or the like this is the amount of important so they can bring this question could be very more maybe for aggregate times with
Yeah, no, it's a really good idea, and even we were thinking about even aggregate tax questions. Well, just to see something, right? That's like a thing.
yeah.
Like audits, you're talking about. Yeah, exactly.
So just figure out like
Yeah, that's a good. I'd have to see. If there's a nice database of audits.
We're not going to take more questions from now, so at least for now. So let's see some of the results.
Okay. Yes. All right. So just to everybody's point, basically the way we're trying to capture the trade-off of the price, it's the anticipated price point. Manager thinks the investor is doing. So obviously, I think the investor is going to use the first report to set the value on day one, but they're going to use both of them on day two. So the idea being, we can't just take day one or day two trade-off, but it depends on. All right. So there's an implication that we come up with. We can derive the bias after solving for it. Basically, the book bias can be rectified to the investor tax. And we assume, right, that's probably going to be higher converting results in higher price. book value, which would be implied bias. Tax, I think, is much more interesting. So because we have two different reactions to the tax, we go in and solve in the way that it's set up. It basically says tax bias is going to be related to the difference in reaction. Okay. So we assume that on average, consistent with prior research and general intuition, that it's going to be a negative tax bias. And on average, again, there are going to be firms that potentially will be case, which means that the reaction is going to be lower on the second day. This could reflect a lot of things. It could be we're just waiting to fully react, right, until the second report comes out. We can see what the report looks like. But it could also be that we set our initial expectation on the tax, and then we can see basically how well whatever tax plan relates. And what we're going to try and, I think, show later is that investors actually like it. It's the best possible world for investors. We have a high supported book rate for well still, right? That's kind of what we want. So even though the model doesn't have a time series prediction, we do think there's some implications there. So we do think the book bias leads to less argument, less noise. To the ERC question, we do think because the ERCs are becoming less responsive with the new information being out there, that's also reactive. The Mark's point is directly leading to the rest. On the tax side, Anthony brought some of this up, some other people did. I think this can go a lot of ways, right? On the one hand, maybe bias, the negative bias goes down because we want to, right? This is from the Erickson maybe paper showing that like if it's big enough, right? There's a lot of these other things that have so we're a little more ambiguous about what we do. So in terms of the data, we have about 1,200 firm years of firms and product turnover. To John's point, this is the sample. We have about 20%, Christian brought this up as well, that don't report the tax statements. And for some of them, it does look like it is because they're selling. To do more with that, but that wasn't consistent when we were looking. But this is the even question what it looks like in terms of finding tax disclosure. It's about 21 days on average, but we get a lot of variation. There's a couple of people who still do it. Or it could be measured error in the data, but it speaks to this point that I was bringing up earlier that this wasn't this huge deal in terms of that. They were just throwing it out there. Almost like this. All right, so this is the interesting thing, I think, is if you look at the actual BTDs. So we went down the line and we compared one of the common BTDs that you get, which is usually implied taxable income from the current tax. What you get from is the actual taxable income from the tax group. And it's substantially larger. And more importantly, it's noisy. So it's not so much, I wouldn't worry so much about the fact that it's bigger than it's up there. But there is a lot more variation. So I think this is some initial support that we might be getting something different. So really quickly, we did the very basic assumption tests. Basically, I think this wasn't that shocking. Of course, it's going to be somewhat correlated with what we're doing, given what we talked about. Of course, investors, if it's something that comes out before. The more interesting part now is going to be how we set parameters. And so what we do is actually some of their paper, we take BTD using what the model says, and we can basically back out this regression, taking the average annual BTDs on the actual average. Reports the thing and give us this unit per cost per unit rim multiplied by. People have problems with that. There's some people talking about that's basically using actual investor price reaction, the ERCs. We're regressing the actual average BTDs on it, and that's And so that's basically, we go and we do this, we find that the tax burden is positive reaction, positive. On the second date, the tax burden is still positive but lower, so that's the model that applies positive tax burden based on investor price response. Okay. And just one other little thing that someone was talking about earlier, and I think this is something, which is, you can look at the one, this is the abnormal return on the table. And the firms that get the biggest positive return are the ones that have the biggest VP. And I think there's multiple interpretations, but just given the fact that we seem to think that firms are going to be incentivized to have lower tax rates, they want to avoid taxes. They're going to incentivize to have higher earnings. The investors do like it, this is what I was alluding to earlier, when they can, right? And I think intuitively this makes sense. And then we look at the time trends, time we already talked about. Okay, again, the big thing I think is it happens together, right? The magnitude, I think you can quibble depending on how much it is, but I do think the direction and the fact that they are jointly moving together is really the big thing, right? The managers have to consider how best both reports when they're coming up with files. And I think that's kind of interesting, right? We're actually, this is something that's potentially useful. So just in my last minutes, a couple of takeaways. We have the investment back fund value. It does seem to reduce the average amount of tax bias, but to some point that people brought up in the room, the volatility in the tax bias is significantly higher than the books. It does seem like people could be doing more or less tax. Managers seem responsible, and it might seem like that there could be an increase. Right? I think there's a bunch of stuff a lot of people brought up that could be in the future. Definitely be posting the data set. One person. But yes, thank you. This has been great. I think comments.
is along 3 scopes. All right, so and these scopes are essentially scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Scope 1 being firms emitting, issuing or disclosing their direct emissions, and scopes 2 and 3 are about reporting their indirect emissions. All right, this is not going to be. Are you doing that for me in the back, or am I doing this? The podium, all right. So the rationale, of course, behind disclosing these emissions is one of the benefits that we talk about is disclosing these emissions. It allows market participants to better price firms' climate risks. And these climate risks, in turn, would allow being reflected in market prices, would allow essentially market participants to exert market discipline on firms that in turn would induce firms to rein in their pollution incentives, right? So that's the argument made about why we need mandatory disclosure of these emissions. However, there have been also debates about potentially that there are some costs. One of them being that why do we need mandatory disclosures when firms already voluntarily disclose a lot of information about the emissions? So what are the net benefits of mandatory disclosure, given that firms already do report it voluntarily? Another argument has been that these measurement of these emissions is rather noisy, right? And there's an issue of reliability. So perhaps mandatory disclosure could actually hinder market discipline rather than enhance it, right? And the third one is that we mentioned is the idea that whenever there is disparity in cross-country regulation or jurisdictional regulation of emissions, there is this potential cost that tightening regulation in one jurisdiction could lead to emissions leakage, right? Which is another potential cost, right? So what are we doing in this paper is I'm going to show you an economic model that's going to try to shed light on some of these questions. Essentially, in our framework, we're going to have firms that could produce internally, that would lead to direct emissions, or they could outsource to a supplier, and that would lead to, in a different jurisdiction, that could lead to indirect emissions. And all these firms would be sharing common supplier. And the idea I want to capture in the model is that production or your operation leads to profits or returns in the short run, but you cause environmental damage or harm in the long run, right? And that's what we're going to capture. And the key friction in the model that I'll show you will be the following. We want to capture the fact that regulators face jurisdiction limits, in the sense that you are able to better regulate measurement of emissions in your own jurisdiction, and you find it harder to regulate measurement of emissions in jurisdictions that, over which you don't have the control, right? So that's going to be a key friction in the model. And given that friction, essentially, we in the model, we're going to ask the following questions, and I'll tell you some of the main insights. First one would be, should emissions disclosures be regulated? Should we have mandatory disclosures, right? And I will show you the model that the answer would be actually, yes, we need it, in the sense that given that the externalities that firms face, mandatory disclosure would improve efficiency relative to an environment or a regime where there are only voluntary disclosures, right? And that in turn would imply that firms on their own would not have sufficient incentives to disclose their emissions, right? We need a regulator, right? So that essentially would be a benefit of mandatory disclosures. I will also show you that the disclosures then would not only help with externalities, also disclosure of emissions would provide a disciplining force via market prices. It's not going to be too surprising in the model because prices would better reflect the climate risks, and that in turn would rein in firms' behavior, in the sense that if you're a clean firm, you'll be rewarded with higher prices. But if you're a dirty firm, in the sense that you're polluting too much, you would be penalized, right? However, at the same time, while providing a market discipline, disclosure would induce carbon leakage, right? In the sense, again, that you provide incentives for firms to shift their production or outsource their production to suppliers in other jurisdictions, as you tighten regulation in your own jurisdiction, right? So that's going to be the cost. So that's one thing, one of the first main takeaways of the model. The second question we go after is, given these trade-offs I've just talked about, how should emissions be disclosed, right? And the idea here would be that should you require scope 1 disclosures, think of the SEC, if you will, in the United States, versus scope 1 and scope 3 disclosures, think of the EU, right? And I'll show you here that we generate a result where scope 1 and scope 3 disclosures are complements, right? In the sense that, and they're not substitutes, in the sense that one cannot replace poor quality scope 3 disclosures, emissions, with higher quality scope 1 to make up for it, if you will, right? If you increase the quality of one, you need to increase the quality of other, right? And then the last thing we'll look at in the model is, can we further fine-tune the disclosure of scope 3 emissions? In the sense that we're going to have a common supplier, supplying to many firms. How should we be allocating the emissions of that supplier to individual firms, right? Intuitively, you would say yes, because that provides better information. But of course, that information may not be reliable, right? So we look at that, and the trade-off would be, yes, as long as the reliability of the allocation process is good, we would want to make that separation. That's not too surprising. But perhaps what's more interesting is we do show that the desirability to separate allocated different firms also depends on firms' climate risk profile, right? The nature of climate risk that you're facing. That will become clear. Okay. I don't know if that's 5 minutes. Let's take questions. Yes, John. There. Oh, none of us.
Again, yeah, I always get the recording. No, Miami doesn't do. So what's unique here about kind of environmental disclosure? So there's like a large literature on kind of regulatory federalism and the competition between regulators and kind of this unraveling, like if you put plants in lower labor areas, like Mexico, you go to Mexico where employment law, like I didn't see any of that literature cited in the paper, but there's like the old Oates paper about you have two regulators, how do you internalize the cost? Because it kind of has that flavor. Like if you could get China to like crack down on the quality of the disclosure, then you kind of get the first, like a second best or up to the second best at that point. Like,
yeah, I get it. Thank you.
It's a
I know where you're going. So so you're right. I mean, the paper is very much the insights from paper. It's not very different from work that's been done in political economy or looking at cross-country regulation. In the sense that the insight would be that you need to regulators coordinate, right? And why don't they coordinate? If it boils down to the political economy of regulators being in different countries, I'll say a bit about that later on. But perhaps we should look at that work and cycle later. Yeah. No one ever said that to me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, point well taken. Yeah, we need to do a better job bringing that out. Yes.
Investors in your model care differentially about scope 1 versus scope 3. So is there any kind of, so I don't think it's in your model, right? Because that could change the dynamic. If there is home bias.
It is. I'll show you. They do sense that different firms in my model would have different climate risk profiles, right? In other words, how sensitive they are to transition risk, which I'll explain, or idiosyncratic risk versus systemic risk. And that's going to play. That's how they're going to care about, right? That's how they're going to price them differently, depending on the information. right? So maybe once I show you the model, which I'll get to very shortly, maybe you can come back again and see if that's what. Yeah, very good.
I know you focus a lot on cross-country jurisdiction because when I talk about like the supply chain and having cross-country, but I actually think in the US itself, public-private firms are different jurisdictions. I think there is a setting here in the US that is a lot of translation.
Yes.
And the reason I think is that some of the implications about the regulatory coordination is worldwide pretty complicated. Maybe in the US, kind of hope to a little bit of private.
No, I think so. We actually, our reviewer gave us that suggestion also. We've been thinking about it. That's right. So I'm going to tell you actually very shortly when I get to the model that we have to think of the supplier in our model as either a foreign supplier or it could be a private fund, a private supplier, not subject to, for example, the SEC rule. The SEC final climate rule, I believe, doesn't apply to private firms, right? Public funds because of jurisdiction limits. And that's the interpretation we have. Yeah, and that's what we'll take. Yes.
I have a question regarding the qualitative disclosure. Basically all the requirements right now that are in the United States, in Europe, ISSB standards, they build on TCFD recommendations to disclose not only on scope 1, 2, or 3 for the SEC, but also to talk about the strategy, how you're addressing your climate risks. So if I am reallocating a significant portion of my production to countries where, you know, the regulatory requirements are not as stringent, I think I would still need to disclose them. So how do you view that qualitative disclosure? How does market penalize or doesn't the company? And in general, how would the company make that disclosure?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So in my model, what investors would observe, and I'll get to it, I'll show you, are actually just, as I said, the level of emissions. And based on the level of emissions, you're going to try to price climate risk. I'll show you precisely how that's done. And as investors essentially price the climate risk better, there's going to be a change in the decisions of the firm, right? There are going to be real effects in terms of the production. You'll essentially, so that's the change in the strategy in my model. Now so it is there in the model, it's captured that. There's no, the disclosure in my model is about disclosure of emissions. That's all that we focus on, right? So I think what you're pointing to is you could enrich your model and also bring in other types of disclosures. And I'll show you, we don't do that. In a way, one way to think about our model is we're giving all the benefit of the doubt, if you will, to emissions. We're giving the emissions the best chance and see what happens, right? And see, right? You see what happens by giving emissions the best chance. Of course, there are other, you could go to a richer space where you have other factors. But that's where we are right now. Yeah. Minutes?
Just so I understand, right, in your model, the way you see it, investors care about the disclosure of emissions because these emissions affect the company's future cash flow related to transition for climate change. Is that correct? Is that the primary reason why investors care about this disclosure?
We care about this disclosure because at the end of the day, it affects the market value of the firm.
Affects the market value through some sort of cash flow.
Yeah, totally show cash flow. There is in the model I'm going to show you, climate risk affects cash in the long run. There is no warm glow, as we say usually. There are no green investors in my model. All investors care about cash. It's just that you produce today, you look good in the short run with your profits, but you're harming the environment in the long run, right? And the idea is emissions would help investors price that risk, price the long-term cost, financial cost to the firm.
But so with that in mind, insofar as the firm does not bear the entire cost of the emissions, but the benefit from making those emissions, the disclosure would not change the calculus of the firm, would it? Like I don't see why, because the
does.
issue.
You're changing the size of the pie of the firm. It's going to affect the firm's cash flows. Let me show you. It's going to affect the firm directly. It's going to affect the firm's cash. The way, because the firm is producing, that's going to generate profits. And then disclosure of the emissions essentially allow investors to better price these environmental costs, which in turn would induce the firm to change production decisions, right? And that's going to affect the size of the pie. It affects the firm directly and the investor.
Then you're modeling emissions as something that is NPV negative for the firm.
No, it's just, no, not at all. No. That's why we need to get to the model quickly. I wouldn't want to do that, right? Why would the firm engage in a negative transaction to begin with? No. What I'm doing is I'm saying that long-term environmental costs, financial costs, in the absence of emissions are not properly measured. That's what I'm doing. And if you are essentially engaged in excessive emissions and these costs are properly priced, that's going to discipline you. That's all I'm saying. Yes.
Two quick comments. One, just to follow up on Rico's point. One thing that we don't talk about is what actually we should think or assume about the foreign jurisdictions of what. So for private firms that they work in the US, wouldn't do that, right? But most jurisdictions will probably have some form of scope one emissions because they're always happening at the moment. And you were sort of thinking about how the firm that sits in the US is sort of estimating scope three, but whether or not and how they're going to do that depends hugely on, and also for investors, how I would price would hugely depend, do I get another signal from that foreign jurisdiction that foreign apply? So that's something I think to think about. Then the second comment I'd have is we can talk more about it when we get to the model. But at the moment, it's, I think part of why you're getting questions like one is that you're not really clear in terms of in explaining what you assume sort of the market prices and doesn't price in the context. So a lot of the discussion in the finance debate is over, are we looking at this from a financial materiality perspective? My sense of the model is that you're totally using that financial materiality is fully consistent with the way the FTC thinks about it. So in your model, these things actually do have cash flow consequences and the market price, right? But a significant part of that debate is actually saying maybe the market don't fully price this, and then that is part of the reason why the managers are myopic or they're making certain investments. But just laying that out and tying it into this sort of broader materiality would clarify, I think, a little bit of what's going on in the model.
Okay, first point is about the fact that if I'm a domestic firm in the United States, my supplier emissions are my scope 3. The supplier's emission is scope 1. And right now, you said, what are you doing about that in the model? Well, this is what we are doing. We are taking, I'll show you, so we're taking the measurement of these emissions of the suppliers given, right? That's exogenous. That's going to be a parameter in our model. While we are choosing how precise the direct emissions should be of the domestic firm, taking that precision as given. Of course, you say, well, maybe you should try to model that. We don't model that. That's our fiction, right? We want to see. Of course, in a first best world, all the regulators would get together and coordinate, choose that sample case. We're just saying that you're less able to tamper with that. And let's see what happens.
I'm fine with that. I think what I'm saying is what this comment is, if the foreign jurisdiction discloses scope 1 emissions, if I were to price that, I could also go to my foreign supplier and basically try to factor that into the price. At the moment, that's not the model. And the model is more consistent with the idea of private suppliers.
Oh, that's right.
Which actually does not provide a change in scope 1 emissions. So the only way we can price it for free is through the firm that's disclosing.
Okay. No, yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah.
Because even when you think of the SEC scope 3 decision, let's say to apply in Brazil, let's say scope 1 decision to the regulated profession. And so I think about the scope 3 implication that you're working with that we have here, but the
the scope 3 or could the scope deal with the scope 1? I think we're trying to say. The way you talk about directing indirect is not here. Direct, scope directly.
Yeah. Go ahead. For the physical risk, that's right. There are two types of climate risk we're going to model: transition risk, which is more sensitive to the firm's emissions. Physical risk will be. Of course, the more firms there are in the economy, the less you are able to keep them. For instance, I'll show you that. Yeah, that's right. That's the way we do that. Let me move on a bit, if you don't mind, because it's good. With theory paper, you want to get into a model because it's like I'm not wearing any clothes right now. I need my model. So I show you what I'm doing. Right? Otherwise, we'll be going back and forth. All right. So here's the model overview. Right, we're going to have n firms. These greater than 2 here, sharing a common supplier. Think of it as a private supplier and a public firm. And these firms are public and a private supplier and a regulator. Right? At some initial date, I'll call that date 0, the regulator is going to set these climate rules for emissions. The measurement rule, right? That would be, I'll show you in terms of setting how precisely, how fine should be the information about emissions, right? And then firm will make production choices, operational decisions, and at some intermediate date, short run, if you will, in my model, that's date 1, there would be returns, profits from the production, all that short-term production profits, they would be realized and disclosed. And of course, as a result of producing, you pollute. Right? So you have a production technology that pollutes, right? And firms would disclose these emissions, right? Given the measurement rules set up ex ante, right? In the regime that they are debating, right? The precision or the reliability, if you will, of these emissions will depend on the measurement rules set by the regulator. Then market would price these firms, right? Market will essentially use all available information. Fully rational market. There are frictions, but they're rationally and fully price all these firms. And then at future date, you've got profits in the short run, but you screwed up the environment in the long run. In my model, that's day 2. At day 2, you have these long-term environmental losses that are realized, right? In fact, that's what investors would be assessing. I'll show you very shortly. So again, now to go a bit deeper into each date, to get a sense of the ingredients of the model. At the initial date, date 0, firms are choosing when they make production choices. What are they doing? They're choosing production plan. They're choosing how much to produce in their own jurisdiction. That's internally, if you will, if you survive, and how much to outsource to their supplier. That's F survive, right? Each firm's I, their supplier. That's what choosing. Again, go back to the points of Rodrigo and Christian. Think of, if you will, the firms as domestic firms, right? Or private firms, public firms, while their supplier interpretation to be that they are private, right? As a result of that, the regulators are going to have the ability to essentially manipulate, set measurement for the supply. Now, the firm's production choices are observable and generates future cash flows and X sub I, and the mean of X sub I is like there leaves a point. All right, was there one? Need my pen here. So the mean of these cash flows is QI plus FI. And then you make these production plans at a cost of C of QI FI. That's the cost function. Now, this is a standard cost function. I just want to highlight a few things here. It has the standard cost properties. So I need 2. The batteries in there, Bradford? Or am I blind? This cost function has the standard properties of cost function, except I want to highlight one thing here. We're capturing here the fact that producing internally or outsourcing to the private supplier the goods on strategic substitutes. That's captured by the third term here. CS Q by FS. So C sub S being greater than 0 implies that producing internally or outsourcing to your foreign supplier are imperfect strategic substitutes. Why do we need this assumption? Become clear very shortly, because we want to capture the idea that as you tighten the emission requirements in one jurisdiction, you would outsource to the other jurisdiction, to the supplier, or vice versa, and the degree to which you do that is captured by these parameters. This plays an important role. C sub S being 0, meaning that they're not strategic substitutes, essentially will decouple the decision, right? Another way to think of this cost function is you can write it as a perfect square with some terms remaining. And if it were a perfect square, that means that we are perfect, right? For example, C sub S being the square root of C sub Q times C sub F will give you, right? But but the cost function is much more general than that, right? So that's the cost function, and each firm production I results in short-term cash flows, ZI1, which is XI times the cost, and that's publicly observed, right? So the returns in the short run are publicly observed, right? However, these production, as I said, create long-term environmental impacts that are unobservable, right? Again, they are unobservable absent emissions disclosure. I'll show you next, once you have emission disclosures, investors will try to form beliefs, right, about these. Let me go to Anna. Yeah.
So I was trying to get a sense of like how important your production function and cost function assumption are. So if I were to like model something that sort of fits imperfect complements rather than substitutes, would I get also the opposite result on the prediction for the regulation, for the disclosure regulation? That, then instead of like being the disclosure regulations being complements, they're actually substitutes. Because if you could, I think there would be like really be some interesting protectional predictions. And even if it doesn't, I think it's sort of like an important investment.
Yeah, I could just see that this mathematically would be interesting to figure out. How we can go with that because we set up the model to try to go after leakage, right? Study leakage, and hence this assumption that there are strategic substitutes. Either you produce it, if you can't, you outsource it to the supplier. Clearly, strategic complementarity would be a different kind of model in my mind. We haven't investigated. I have to see what happens. Now, your more interesting point is, does that reverse the result? What happens? I would guess, right? Because I can see there that they're complements. Therefore, you want essentially, coordinated. But I can't, we have to do deeper. I haven't done it. So, go ahead.
What's the role of technological innovation here? So basically, in your cost function, these cost parameters are fixed. Can we abstract away from companies essentially investing into clean technology, given disclosure incentives, the investor reaction? Can we completely abstract away from it, or would it matter if company, in response to how the market reacts, would also figure out what my investment should be in order to change this cost composition, like cleaner technologies, which probably would be more expensive.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, so all we're capturing here for the model is the change in your behavior given this cost function. I think what you're saying is, have you guys thought about adopting a new technology with it? Yeah, we haven't done it. We don't do that, right? Take the cost function as given and see, given this cost function, how does that change your behavior producing one jurisdiction internally versus outsourcing? You go back to
Just to follow up on that, and I really agree, maybe even as an extension or something, what we see right now in the US, right, we have the SEC ruling on the Scope 3 emission, or on emissions disclosure on one side. On the other hand, we have the IRA that sort of reduces the cost of investing in renewable energy. So you could almost think about sort of like a third choice by the firm, not just domestic and foreign production, but a third, which is just directly lowering emissions at a cost
because that should interact with leakage, right? Like, so if I provide incentives for leakage, but I also make it cheaper to reduce emissions, then those should be sort of interacting.
Thank you. Yeah.
Somewhat related to this leakage debate, when you set the model up to leakage, one thing that I struggle with is thinking about how quantitatively important this is going to be in the following sense. So carbon leakage is a big deal when we have carbon pricing. And I would think that the IRA is a big deal when it comes to carbon leakage as well. But I'm not say carbon leakage here has a differential precision. So if we think about, say, Sorof's paper, we get about 8% effect in carbon emissions from a disclosure as an effect, right? And then you're going to have differential precisions that you're basically then going to need to multiply that 8% with, and then we're going to move production, which is pretty costly, to a foreign country in order to avoid that effect that's whatever the multiplication of precision is. So it seems to me that the leakage aspect of it quantitatively, I'm not sure how that would affect.
All right. So here's the perspective, right? Here's the perspective. Disclosure. What's special about disclosure versus carbon taxes? Other ways, other tools that regulators have. I feel that disclosure is less intrusive. It applies to all firms. While if you use other tools, it might be. So you may be right. Magnitude-wise, I don't know. At the end of the day, maybe we need to quantify the model and look at what are the effects. But potentially here we're saying, is there a channel whereby disclosure could have these effects? That's what we're showing. Are they economically significant? The other thing we don't do is we don't look at other tools that are also available in management, right? At the same time. We need to look at all of these taken together. But I think my sense of the model is, let's essentially look at emissions from a disclosure and see, do they affect pricing? How do they affect pricing? Investors price them. In that, does that change firms' behavior in some sense? And that's what we show.
Don't get me wrong, I actually think the model could play a super important role in just setting, us all straight in terms of like what some of the effects are and what the pricing is and under what conditions the firm, how these externalities play. All of this I find interesting. It's just that the leakage force is just not clear to me that that's going to be the most.
Right.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Sorry.
So relevant to kind of what Christian's saying, like I actually think the interaction with environmental regulation is really important when it comes to empirical estimates of kind of how big this is, because if you have things like asset divestment from public to private firms, they have less reputational costs and whatnot. So like what you're actually seeing is that like the most polluting oil wells, et cetera, are actually making it down to private equity. They have way less incentive to close those mines up, et cetera, afterwards. So, here it's kind of a magnification effect that the outsourcing is going to happen, but the pollution might even be worse to the exact same amount. So it's just something to think about because we have growing evidence that this happens.
Those are all good points, right? But again, for me as a theorist, right? Yeah, I want to step back and write the simplest model I can, and take the frictions that's been discussed about in the policy debates, see what happens. Generate some comparative statics and see what happens. Does that make sense? But of course, that's one stab. Right? Now, we need to take various stabs at this problem and see what we're going to get. Yeah. Yeah, price is going to be noisy, right? You're less able to accurately price. Yes, I'll show you that the reliability of these measurement tools allow you to price these climate risk better. That's That's right, it doesn't. That's why, that's the result of my model, right? I'm going to show you that noisy prices don't disappear. But when, you know, and therefore by noisy prices, I mean that when emissions are not priced, right, they're very noisy, they don't essentially, they're not going to be impounded in prices. They are, but they're not price accurate, right? Right. That's right. That's a result of my model, right? That's the force. I'm going to show you. Let me get to the model SP. No, you can't because I have to answer your questions. Remember, I have my model. All right, let's look at it, right? So, what are these emissions? What is being disclosed? So these essentially firms' internal production QI generate direct emissions. Think of that as scope 1. This scope 1, while outsourcing to this private supplier, it yields these indirect emissions, scope 3, right? And here is essentially the way we model the emissions for a given level of production. It's E sub I is QI plus gamma sub I, right? And then the emissions of the supplier is E sub IF is equal to FI. If that's because that's what they produce, plus the noise in the indirect emissions. Note one thing here, the structure we've used here, the larger the level of production, the higher is the amount of emissions in the sense of first order stochastic dominance, right? That's how we use noise structure here. That's how we've captured that. Now, what are the emissions of the common supplier? The total emissions of the common supplier is summing to all dependent, right? You're summing of the emissions of all of I equal to 1 to n, right? That's the total of combined indirect emissions by the common supplier. And then here's the firm's long-term environmental loss, right? Now, T sub I, and here we're capturing the fact that this long-term loss results from two types of climate risk, right? The first term is, as you see, the loss term that depends on firms' own emissions, right? E sub I and the amount groups. E sub I and the amount allocated to it because of production by its supplier, right? And again, so that's the loss from idiosyncratic risk. And the second term here, what Richard was pointing out earlier, is the second loss function. It's the loss from systemic risk, from the collective or total emissions of all the firms. Right? Again, we're capturing these two last terms. Give me a second, Kevin. These last terms here, the idea here is the following. We want to capture the fact that there are two types of climate risks. And think of the loss from the idiosyncratic risk, the source of essentially the transition risk is more likely to be idiosyncratic in nature, right? So this is essentially what we're capturing here. So if you're going to interpret, in other words, the systemic risk as physical risk, because it's from the collective emissions of all the firms in the economy, right? Again, physical risk being the fact that these are broad shift in climate, higher temperatures, and that's going to come from collective action of all the firms in the economy. And then while the idiosyncratic risk is the source of transition risk is more likely to be idiosyncratic in nature, essentially determined by firms' own emissions. And as firms transit to a low carbon economy, some industries are more likely to face this loss than other industries. For example, oil and gas are more likely to face a higher idiosyncratic risk. The reason we want to set it up this way is because we want to generate some comparative statistics later on about your relative exposures, if you will, to physical risk vis-a-vis transition risk. What are the implications of that for the reporting concept?
Yeah, so one of the main effects of disclosure in the model, I think, it's going to help investors learn about aggregate emissions, which in turn affects the cash flow of the whole in the economy. But it seems like we kind of add information on aggregate emissions more directly via all the information that scientists collect about emissions and atmosphere. So
I'm wondering what would happen if you actually produce a signal that reveal average emission.
I don't know why I would want to do that. You believe the scientists have that good information already? I mean, aren't they also measuring that through emissions and have measurement systems? So
yeah,
I could do that, right? But I want the model to be a bit richer, right? Suppose this is the way to think of the model here. Suppose we did not have very good measures on this. I mean, you make case of T0 in my model, that information is already. But firms do sustain losses from physical risk. And that's what I'm capturing here, right? And transition.
Like we already have the.
Oh, you mean the information is ours? Do we have information on transition risk?
So that I think.
So that more firm specific.
There, I totally
Yeah,
agree.
but don't you want to set up the model first and say and essentially look at there are two sources of climate risk. What happens when information about one improves? In your point is we have very good information about this. Right? That's part of my model too. I can show you that if information about systemic risk improves, what do I do?
Yeah, I don't know that this was a big and I don't think this is relevant to most of your insights, just specifically about systematic risk for information.
You did make that point before, and I didn't listen. So you're making it again. Okay.
Would transition risk be so the entire economy transition? And then I think what you need is to do the first.
Yeah. That's right. That's what I.
Or have clean energy, right?
Yeah. I usually just, I'll tell you why I usually just, right? Because I've been reading, I think, the SEC climate rule too close to dimension. I mean, the way I think about it is, I mean, at the end of the day, if it's specific to you, it's easier, right? Depends more on your emissions. But I see your point. Henry.
So phone. How much time do you have left?
Please.
Okay. That wasn't my question. So I think atmospheric measurements of CO2 and CO2 equivalents might be a reasonably reliable basis for EJ plus EJF for that summation there. Tying Kevin's comment back to something Christina was saying, I think there's still quite a lot of uncertainty about what you capture in KT. So, and if you go back to some of the disclosure rules and the TCFD, like there's a lot of desire for information about what are firms' exposures to climate risk. And I suspect that if you made that summation certain, I mean, there would be some information in that about what the individual EIs and EIFs are, but maybe you could make some hand wavy things to make that go to zero. But having the summation be basically known would allow you to maybe do some comparative stacks on KT and talk about potentially unstructured disclosure. Now that's going to open the door to talking about the same thing for KB and KI. But I think like being able to tie your model to disclosures that are related to forward-looking risks that the firms are saying might enhance the applicability quite a bit. Building on Christina's question.
So I can still do comparative statics, even though I have noisy information. Oh.
I think it would be interesting to have firm disclosures that have KT be ex ante uncertain and to think about noise on that side. And I assume that you wouldn't want to multiply two normals together. So pinning down the summation as having no noise.
So So thank you for that, Henry. Yeah. We take the exposures in the cost function as given, KBs, KIs, and KT. Of course, investors also learning about exposures besides getting information. That's in a larger model, KT, KI, KDs are random variables. So are the EEs. You're measuring them, so you have the yeah. So the model gets interesting, but I think it's a richer model. It's probably something we need to think about. But right now, we just take these exposures as given because you can think this as market estimates of these or firms disclosing them credibly. You can get them from the financials. That's one interpretation of it. Right? There is work in finance that estimates these, right? And estimates these exposures of firms to transition risk or physical risk, and you can get that from public data. Okay, so the way to think of this model is we're taking this as given and then putting all the weight on the noise.
I think that point comes back to when I was reading the paper, the terminology issue that was raised here about idiosyncratic versus transition.
Yeah.
Because when I was thinking about idiosyncratic risk before I had looked at this model setup here, I was thinking about the effect of the systemic, that there is an additional idiosyncratic risk on the firm, for example, because they are located near an ocean front or something like that, that might be affected by the global emissions. And that is not what you're having exactly here, because that would mean it might indirectly impact their own emission willingness to, or lack of willingness to pollute. But that would be a third way of thinking about, or a second way of thinking about idiosyncratic risk. And then I think I kind of got lost in then the definitional setup you have here, because that's absorbing what you have, right? That's really
okay, I think we need to do a better job and moving forward. Okay, all right. So again, so at ex ante at date 0, the firm is choosing its production plans. She's how much to produce internally, how much to outsource to a supplier to maximize its date 1 price, right? So that's the objective function of the firm. Of course, ex ante, E is a random variable because the cash flows returns are not being realized yet, right? So we are taking the expectation on all these uncertainties. You're choosing QI, and here is the market price of the firm at date 1. It's the short-term returns, profits at date 1, ZI1, it's publicly observable, minus what the investors are forming beliefs about the loss from environmental damage, given all the information available in the market. This is neutral pricing. That's the objective function. Good.
Raj, going back to Christian's point about the debate of, to what extent is the market really fully pricing this? In this part of the model, I thought maybe there could be a role for heterogeneous beliefs in terms of, we might see the same emissions numbers being disclosed, but I would price them in a certain way, or I would use a discount rate. I just thought that there might be more here in terms of thinking about, is everyone really pricing this disclosed information in the same way, given the debate going on?
Yeah, I mean, again, I wanted to start with the simplest model, sense that investors are homogeneous. They fully understand, right? The friction here is coming from the fact that these measurements are might not be reliable, and also this friction in terms of the regulation. That's in a way step 1. That's what we do. Okay. It's you. You get first best, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we thought about bringing, I mean, there are other tools, right? You could look at a model with taxes, and you would get first best. We don't see that in practice. That means there must be friction also in taxes, right? So we could go down that path. We didn't. Again, because I wanted to fully focus on disclosure, right? Market discipline, disclosure, reliability of information, scope 1 versus scope 3, right? How aggregated it should be, and so And that's right. That's where we ended again. Right. So that's the price at date one. And of course, the market is going to use these emission disclosures to assess these long-term environmental losses. So now, what information does the market have? Now, each firm is essentially going to disclose its emission at date one. YI is the direct emission, which is a noisy measure of the actual emission. Epsilon I, if you will, captures the noise in the emissions, and the variance of epsilon I, think of that as the reliability of the direct emissions measurement. Remember, that's set ex ante by the regulator when the regulator is choosing the measurement rule. And sigma square epsilon F is the reliability of indirect measurement. Now, model, remember, that's the friction. That's going to be taken as given. Right? That's going to be taken as given. So sigma epsilon, sigma square epsilon, sigma square F again are the reliability of direct. Yeah, Henry.
So have you thought about what would happen if the regulator sets a lower bar on the noise in terms of, this is a space where there's currently quite a bit of voluntary disclosure. And I think what some of the disclosure-related regulators in the space are doing is setting a minimum requirements. But right now, the minimum is quite low, and we have a lot of firms that are disclosing a fair bit. I guess you can interpret the question as like, would firms ever have an incentive to choose a less noisy disclosure?
They would on their own, yes, right? Because we just solved that in the paper. Voluntarily, firm would have low incentive to disclose here because of externalities, right? If you were to set an information system voluntarily as a firm and choose the reliability of the measurement, you would not want to be as precise as possible because you don't internalize all these costs from the physical risk the second term, right? That's the point. Yeah, Henry.
Yeah, on theme. So in your model, the effects of polluting are inherently internalized for the firm, like the effects of cash flows and production options and things like that. But then there's, and that has to do with the location of the firm in relation to where it could outsource pollution. If the pollution, far distant from it, then there's going to be less of a risk from outsourcing pollution. If it's nearby, if it's a neighbor, you're going to have more of those effects. I wonder if you were to assume that it's just buying, like when Apple is able to do an advertising campaign that says, even across the world, we're making sure that we're having good impacts in the environment. There, it's, you've got the internalized effect of not polluting, regardless of where it's being outsourced. So in your model, does it matter what the location is of these two different, where the source one and source two is?
No, I don't model location. However, remember, I model two sources of climate risk, right? The transition risk versus the physical risk. Think of the physical risk as it's essentially being in Rio, right? And you are polluting, and you're affecting the whole world because there's physical risk, right? The collective action is going to have, essentially affect the fires in California. In that sense, we don't model essentially as precisely as if you're trying to get me to do. We don't model. We just say that there are consequences, costs to directly from your emissions. That's the transition risk, and then there are costs to the society. That's the risk. Now the regulator is doing the latter, which is the regulator. I haven't gotten to the objective function of the regulator yet. The regulator in my model is going to maximize it's not about maximizing price. In doing so, the regulator cares about not only the profits of the firm, but also the damage to the environment, right? While firms are maximizing shareholder value. That's the distinction. And do these coincide, right? In many models, they would coincide if there are no externalities. In my model, they don't, right? In my model, even in full information in my model, you would have a distortion between what is socially optimal, what is individually optimal, meaning for example. That's now, of course, we could talk about. I thought you were going where why should the regulators maximize total surplus? That was not. I've gotten that question before. That why do regulators maximize total surplus? That was not. Okay. So yeah. Not about that, but SP, you're missing an important point of my model, which is the following. Noise is harmful in my model. Noise is going to change behavior. You're saying noise as if it's innocuous. Not necessarily. If they would, I would have received the result. The result of my model would have been that the precision should be 1 or infinity. Don't get that result. Because the regulator knows it cannot address, right, the measurement of the indirect. If you put coordinates, right? Yes, but I'm not in a first best world. I'm in a world where there are frictions you cannot tamper with. No, but remember, you cannot do anything about the disclosure of the thinking. If the disclosure of the supplier was perfect, then the regulator would do it.
This is what I was saying earlier. It would really actually help if you sort of make clear that what your model shows is actually that it fully prices all of your So in a way, these kind of like financial material, everything that's financial material is basically priced.
That's right.
What you're saying is because of the externality that each firm has a knock-on effect on the exposure to the other firm, we're still going to have something that's socially not optimal. And then the social planner would have a choice that ST were running the SEC would focus only on the investment. That's what he was saying. Isn't that enough if everything is financially priced? Well, that's all the SEC would do. But if you were the EPA, you would probably have more your effective function, which is you would care about welfare or the entire surplus of the fund. And I think just sort of clarifying that, I think it's clear. We just need to know how this happens.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so there are two things, right? First, there are the externalities, the model. That's why firms on their own not be able to achieve what they regulate. Second thing, there are measurement frictions in the sense that the suppliers' emissions, you take that as given the reliability of that. Those are the frictions. Yes, they're not priced by each firm, right? You would not. Okay, all right. Look, oh, that's right. Look, I'm not going to get into debates with you. What I'm saying is, let's make this step back and think about what would a regulator do if you could set measurements, right? And if the regulator, in my world, the regulator maximizes efficiency, total surplus, right? That's what you start with. And firms care about shareholder value, right? And firm cares about maximizing their price. And then we could have the SEC caring about prices. Then the decision could be very similar to that of firms, right? Essentially, because of that's not right. Let me tell you. Okay, let me continue because I haven't gotten into my part. 7 more minutes. You need to give me some time to continue now, because otherwise I'll never. Right? So SP, This is for you, all right? The regulator is choosing you're choosing the precision or reliability of the measurement rule in your jurisdiction, taking that outside your jurisdiction as given, right? That's the disparity in the regulation. That's the friction, right? And also, another choice is the regulator could demand whether or not, how, and whether direct emission should be reported, right? Here, the idea is, should we go the SEC route and say, the final climate rule, we don't want, you don't require scope 3. Or one way to think about it is, should we go the EU route where you require scope 1 and scope 3 emissions, right? So it's not just the measurement in your own jurisdiction, but also should you choose whether and how indirect emissions are reported, right? That's what we're going to study, right? So reporting indirect emissions, should indirect emissions be reported? Again, we looked at commingled, which is the total by the supplier, that allocating to each firm. That's why so that. Again, the regulator could require no reporting indirect emissions by choosing a decision that we are 0, right? Essentially, we don't require scope 3. So that's the choice variable, right? That's the endogenous choice of the regulator. That's you're choosing 2 things. The second thing we look at is, should you further refine the scope 3 emissions? In the sense that, should you break down the total and allocate it to each firm? Right? Should you require firms to estimate and allocate it to itself? Which is one of the arguments made about scope 3 emissions, right? You should try to measure it and allocate it to each firm. So we also look at that. And here, each firm is going to try to the best that they can and estimate the amount of the indirect emissions due to them, right? And again, we assume here that you could do that. Every firm is doing that independently, right? Therefore, there's going to be heterogeneity in the way they do it. They could all coordinate, get in a room together and say, we're going to allocate this amount, and the sum of that will give you the total emissions. But of course, they each will do that in their own way, and therefore, the omega I is going to capture the measurement noise in the allocation process. In other words, we're capturing measurement heterogeneity, which is the sum of these errors here, when each firm does it independently, need not equal the total emissions, right, of the firm. And that's, again, we're trying to capture double counting, right? So we mentioned a lot in this debate that we will be double counting each firm does it independently, right? So we allow for that and study that, right? So here is the objective function. This is what the regulator is choosing, essentially maximizing total ex-ante surplus, right, for all the firms, summing through Y through N. And if the regulator had to set the production plans of firms, that's how you would do it. And this is what each firm is choosing in a full information world, right? QFI, FFI is, if there's no friction, no measurement frictions in emissions, this is what each firm will be choosing, maximizing expected price, ex-ante price versus total surplus. In a world in which there are no externalities, these 2 objective functions coincide, right? That's basic result from economics. No externalities, individual maximization is socially optimal. Here, that won't be the case because of the externalities, right, that are captured. Because of environmental externality, firms engage in excessive emissions, even under full information, right? Even if there's no measurement friction about the emissions, right? This in turn would imply that if found in the presence of measurement frictions, there will be even more distortion, which I'm going to next, right? There will be externalities still, but then there's measurement friction that pricers are not accurately pricing the climate risk. And of course, all of that will depend on the reliability of the measurement, right? How severe the frictions are. And now let's go to the regime, the second best regime, if you will, where there are measurement frictions. Now, what information does the market have to price the firm? They observe the short-term return, profits, and then they have measures of the indirect emissions, right, for each firm, Y sub I, and also they have the total commingled emissions of the supplier, the indirect emissions, Y sub I, right? That's what you're observing, you're pricing the firm. Again, you're forming beliefs about these emissions given the market information and Bayes rule, right? And this is pretty intuitive here. You're taking a weighted average of information on the prior and on the report, these parameters beta D and beta IC, isomorphic to the reliability of the measurement rule. So think of these as the precision of these reports, right? Beta D and beta IC capture the precision of these reports. So these are the parameters. Now, the regulator, again, remember, is choosing, each firm is choosing QI, FI to maximize the expected price. Given these precision of these measurement rules, to show that there is even more excessive, right? Because the market is not pricing these emissions accurately now, right? This is not full information anymore, right? So there's even more measurement friction exacerbated. Right? You're not internalizing these environmental costs sufficiently, right? Not surprising, this result. And perhaps more interestingly, as you increase the precision of measurement, so this is comparative static before we derive the optimal disclosure rule. Comparative static is as you make direct emissions more precise, you curb emissions, right? You reduce expected emissions, you curb production, therefore expected emission. That's the disciplining effect of disclosure. However, it comes at a cost, right? It induces you to outsource to your supplier, right? Therefore, you outsource more to your supplier. That's called the leakage I was talking about, I was focusing on. That's essentially the effect in a second. Now, of course, you could say now, therefore, we should tighten the measurement or precision of indirect emissions. And you can see here, you get reverse carbon leakage, right? If you increase the precision of indirect emissions, beta IC, then the supplier essentially pollutes less. But of course, it leads to internally you produce more, right? That's what we call that reverse leakage, right? In other words, you have out of time. How can that be? So, as I told you, my process, I like the pictures. I removed most of them, but I felt bad for him. I left the cats. Right? So you would like to call this the whack-a-mole ball, right? Game, which is that you're trying to increase precision in one jurisdiction, increase carbon leakage in the other. If you tighten over there, it's there. Given that whack-a-mole game of the regulator and the firms, how should the regulator set the policy, for which I don't have any time, but the intuition essentially will be that you turns out that both you would essentially set up a disclosure policy. You're going to set up a disclosure policy. Beta star, the function of the direct precision of indirect emission that takes the following form. But the takeaway here is the more reliable is indirect precision of indirect measures, the higher should be the reliability of direct emissions measures. It's not surprising because to balance this carbon leakage and reverse carbon leakage, that's what essentially you're doing. But more importantly, the insight here is that scope 1 and scope 3 emission disclosures are complementary, right? And that's an important insight in my mind because you cannot replace full quality scope 3 disclosures by just increasing scope 1, right? It's an interdependent problem, right? It goes hand in hand, they're linked to each other. In a world in which you have these suppliers and this domestic, right? So this is a caution against independent, right? And again, finally, we look at whether you should separate these commingled emissions, and separation is desirable when we can do it in a reliable way. That's not too surprising. Perhaps what's more interesting is it depends on the nature of risk that firms are facing, right? You would like to separate when transition risk becomes very important relative to physical risk. Otherwise, you'd be some of the points that Christian, Jeremy, and others mentioned, there are other tools out there. We don't focus on that, but I think it would be interesting to look at interaction among them. But we still feel that disclosure is potentially less intrusive on firms than these other tools. But at the end of the day, any tool that you use depends on having reliable measures of emissions. Right? But we looked at it from the perspective of market channel. What does it? All right. Thank you so much for your
Okay, let me go to bed. My safety. Our relationship is good. Yeah, interesting here.
Did you get my email about, okay. She sent me like a test one that we can do at the end of the day. And she verified my phone, so I can probably get there before to verify. I have it now. Oh, thank you.
No problem.
Because the data that you're always sharing your reputation with them, right? And if they keep up on their data analysis, data nobody is going to for someone else. Or 5:20 in the evening. So dinner time.
So I'm ready.
So where do I get the? Where's the mic? Is it up there?
Yeah, I think he might have left it up there.
Okay.
Yeah, right back here.
Is it the slides all good to go? Okay, thank you. You okay? Yeah. Everything's rolling smoothly, working now?
Hello? Yeah.
Okay, let's try to get started, folks. We're a couple of minutes behind our schedule. I think we did go a bit over last. His dissertation-based paper on common investor relations. It'll be much easier for him to present it if people are in their seats and quiet and ready to pay close attention to this extremely interesting, thoughtful, and important paper. So we will get them. All right. Well, maybe I'll wait 15 seconds or so. What? All right, well, we're running a little behind. Thank you, Phil. Good. We're getting there. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So, I want to say thank you to Valeri and an anonymous reviewer for very helpful comments that have improved the paper. And I just want to thank all of the JAR editors for inviting the paper. I'm very grateful to be here. This paper is based on my dissertation at the University of Iowa. It's called Common Investor Relations Justification. And I'd also like to thank my committee. So, let's get into it. So, prior literature has already established that the IR function is important and it leads to impact firms. That IR function can include, but is not limited to, writing investor-related press material, facilitating conference calls, setting up non-deal roadshows, managing relationships with the funds that own the firm, fielding investor calls, and so on and so forth, among other activities. What you might not know, maybe you do, is that actually 1 in 7 firms seems to outsource this function to external companies. It tends to be those companies that are smaller and more resourceful. So as an example, on the screen we have Coke and Yelp. Now you probably can't see the text. This is their press release. Let's zoom in. And so for Coke, you want to contact their investors and analysts function. You contact Tim Leverage, and that's at Coke Investor Relations at Coca-Cola.com. So that would be contacting Tim. However, if you wanted to go and contact Yelp, you would contact Stacy or Nicole. And they are with the Blue Shirt Group. And so that would, if you wanted to email, it would be yelp@theblueshirtgroup.com. But what you might not know is that the Blue Shirt Group does not only represent Yelp. The Blue Shirt Group also represents the portfolio of clients that spans a lot of industries. So on the screen here, you can see that we have Q1 Imports, there's Doodads, we have Rocket Fuel, their artificial intelligence, we have car rentals, and we have restaurant reviews and Yelp, biotechs. And so this is the setting that I'm going to be looking at today. And I'm going to ask 2 questions. The first is primarily descriptive. And the question is, how pervasive is this common IR? Can we detect it? Does it occur at scale? And what can I shed any light on that? And then the second is, let's say conditional on the first, I can actually detect these effects. What actual consequences can we observe related to common investigation justification, particularly for those connections that transcend or are across industry? And what I find actually is that over 80% of the connections that I'm able to document are across industries, which may surprise you, or maybe it doesn't. So what kind of consequences are we going to look at? I'm going to see the consequences in development in prior literature. And so the literature in IR asserts that prior activities' primary goal is to attract stakeholders. And so I'm going to argue that these IR companies, through possible repeated interactions or their prior employment or various other sorts of ways, they have their own connection, their own book of connections with institutional investors and sell-side analysts. You could think of that as social capital or social capital. And what I'm going to argue is that the IR company, when they acquire a network of clients, they're going to send a signal and disseminate a signal about that client to their set of connections. They're going to reduce awareness costs for that set of connections, and it's motivated by the Merck model. And by reducing awareness costs, they're going to increase overlap with investor and analysts for that set. As anecdotal evidence, I've talked with IR CEOs, and they will say, yeah, we'll be talking to one investor about a client, and I'll actually say, hey, by the way, I also represent XYZ client. And then we can have a conversation about that other client in our portfolio. So they're actually saying, we will pitch two clients to one investor in the same. Switching gears a little bit, I'm also going to ask about disclosure, but specifically guidance. And I'm going to ask, does common IR affect from guidance practice? And I'm going to offer two mechanisms. The first is, let's say I can document there's this common stakeholder. Do those stakeholders demand similar guidance across? And the second is that IR companies themselves might directly influence the guidance practices in their firms that they cover. That could be through desire for consistency, a template-based approach, or just their own style. So let's put all this together into kind of the summary of my results. So I'm going to show, and I find support for, that when two firms have common IR representation, that is, when two firms share an IR representation, they're going to have greater common institutional investors, shared analysts, and their guidance practices are going to become more similar. So what do I view as the contribution of this kind of view? So the first is related to what I've just talked about, documenting the scope and consequences of this function. But a slew of recent research is starting to look at these shared connections across firms and how those impact firms' behavior and influence the capital markets. And I view this paper as shedding light on a unique form of information flow where you have one IR company that is systematically affecting their client firms in a similar way. And then third and finally, my results suggest that IR companies may be a relatively understudied intermediary because they may restrict access to capital for many companies in the capital markets. And so with that, I'd be happy to take some questions. So, Ed.
That's very cool. I guess probably at a higher level, what's new here? So you know that IR functions in practice, we have quite a lot of evidence that individual effects of on your network. So, is there credible knowledge here that motivates behavior or somehow?
So, I mean, I've thought a lot about this, and the fact that these connections have transcended industries to me, the fact that they're now acquiring these common owners, I think that does give some sort of tension to the question. I know that prior literature has shown, there are these effects in these similar ways. The first step to me was always, okay, do these connections matter at all? Because you can believe that these connections may not matter. For a while, the IR function was viewed as just glorified salespeople and marketing people that really weren't having big effects on firms, and that's shifted over a while. And so I have kind of taken the maybe perhaps more mundane approach of looking at a very similar transformation of variables in prior literature, but hopefully I can convince you, maybe you think, oh, well, I believe the results, that these connections do matter. And then maybe that can be a starting point for kind of defaulting this literature to more closely examine the incentives and behaviors of these items. You have to follow.
That, you know, we have a salesperson. That's not any. What is a little bit more interesting. Outcome very.
Okay.
It's just a matter of like, hey, put salespeople out there, and whether it's some sort of action, but at the end of the day,
Sure, and I don't want to paint this function necessarily being sales, just glorified salespeople, because I think it shifted over time to being a much more strategic communication role. But I appreciate that you like the synchronicity stuff. I can clear that up more. Sugata? So I can answer your question in a couple ways. The first way I'd say is that, well, prior literature would suggest that you could get that from prior employment. That could happen. You could also just get it through repeated interactions. You know, if I represent many companies, eventually I will get to approve these connections just through engaging in the IR activities over time. So just due to scale and repeated interactions and experience, you cultivate just the network. So that's endogenously building up just over time. But then the other way is to kind of give you an anecdote about how this kind of industry has developed. Is back in the 2000s, right before Reg FD, this is through conversations with practitioners, what I've learned is that this industry was predominantly performed by PR companies. And so you had IR people come in that had former Wall Street experience, and they'd say, I can really speak the language of the street, and I know how to engage with Wall Street. So they came in, and then right after Reg FD, there was a big demand for this. So these companies grew rapidly around that time. And so that provided this very fertile ground for companies to kind of grow to scale and get this piece of. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It might be that way. My results seem to suggest that these firms are getting stakeholders, which is one of the goals that they want. It just happens to be the same owners that the other clients in the portfolio have. So whether that's ultimately positive or negative. Yeah. Yeah. Anna?
Hi, David. So my question is, I actually am wondering about the plausibility of the mechanism.
Okay.
So the idea that there are significant frictions to knowing, you know, which firms are out there to invest in, especially among the single of large public companies, is a little bit difficult to believe. So I'm wondering if a couple of ideas. If you've thought about thinking about smaller firms, newly IPOs, where these frictions are particularly acute, and seeing if that's where you find a larger result. Or thinking about maybe a falsification test where you have outcome variables that an IR representative wouldn't necessarily have control over, like product market characteristics, customers, things like that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's very consistent with the Merton framework, where you expected to have the awareness kind of reduction have the most impact in the investor base, while it's uniquely those firms that already at ante have lower investor returns. And much of the companies in my setting are those small. And so I am tossing out most of the big ones. The biggest company in my sample is 86 billion in market cap. And so we're well below the Apples of the world. But so maybe that kind of helps with address the plausibility. But if I hear plausibility as well as what's surprising, I kind of blend those two together and think maybe we have a. So Christina,
just
oh, sorry.
the results in table 3 whereby companies already have a large institution base just sort of confirmed my suspicion, you know. But if, to the extent you can separate these different types of firms out, then I think it would help.
And just, so following up on that, so table 3 is near the paper. And I think relative to the matched firms in table 3, they have lower following and they have lower analyst coverage compared to the firms that are able to match. Kind of might suggest that they are already suffering from a visibility problem. Maybe that helps. Susan, sure.
Do you have to rely on Merton's investor recognition model? Because couldn't the result simply be like explained by like a relationship-based story where, you know, within the social network, you know, given the reputation of the IR company, you know, maybe the information becomes more credible, or maybe there's reduced information processing costs, or maybe people in the network have more similar investment preferences, so it's better matching. Like I was wondering why you have to use this, you know, investor recognition story, because if that's the primary channel, I would think that the opposite result will hold. Like I would think it would lead to a better diversification of analysts and investors, because IR companies can defend their information for capital market participants. So, so I have a sort of a similar concern that is why you have to draw on this framework.
Yeah. Well, so some of the examples you mentioned, credibility and relationship, are very much consistent with the variation that Merton's talking about. So his is, you might have a fixed cost of learning about a firm, and then when that could go down, that might be when the firms would invest in investment. And so specifically in his paper, he does talk about the credibility possibility as being the variation of interest, facilitating, reducing awareness costs. Hopefully that's.
I see. So when I read the paper, it very much read like, you know, it increases people's awareness of the firm within that network, which I don't think is story.
So it is the awareness, and I think that the credibility of the investor and the investor relations company facilitates reducing risk. You can think of an example where you have an institutional investor, they're very time constrained. They don't just take a meeting with anyone, but they have credibility effects with this IR company that they know and they've interacted with before, and they're willing to take that meeting. Because they're willing to take that meeting, in this case, due to credibility, they do ultimately have their awareness costs reduced for that company's client. And so I very much view that as being consistent with my story, but I'd be happy to talk about it. Yeah. Well, then I'll move to the other side.
Okay, so I read this and I thought, oh, this is interesting descriptively, and is it good or bad? Now that's not a fair question for you, right? But have you thought a little bit along those lines? Like, you know, with the synchronicity, it's starting on that path, or I'm more thinking, are there some little pieces of evidence that you could bring of, oh, like this is where it's actually helpful for the capital markets generally. This is where it isn't helpful. And I think about things like, okay, maybe the processing of information of firms that are within larger networks is better. That's kind of in line with the prior literature that investor relations can help. Or maybe it's that peer information transfer is better within network, but it's actually worse outside the network now. So giving hints of where this actually might help and where it might harm capital markets because you've got these groups. I was interested if you thought at all about that.
So I've thought a lot about the optimality. In fact, I think every time I've presented this paper, at least one person has asked, is this optimal? The setting kind of almost demands this question, is it optimal? And given the scope of what I've done in the paper, I really don't think I can speak to optimality. What I can tell you is that maybe the co-moving, I've heard different frames, right? You can frame it one way, maybe you have assets that are starting to co-move more, that's more than is justified by the underlying economic fundamentals. That might be bad for diversification. But on the other hand, maybe you want like assets to co-move more due to our friend of financial reporting. So I'm not probably going to be able to speak to optimality, but I appreciate the question. And if you have more thoughts, be happy to. Christina.
I also had a question about the investor recognition hypothesis similar to Hannah, but a suggestion along a different line. Have you considered perhaps that the investor relations officer is, providing a signal? And given that institutional investors are used to seeing that signal for other firms that have the same investor relations officer, they are better at getting a more precise signal when they see that same investor relations officer talking about a different firm. So here it has nothing to do with awareness costs and everything to do with finding firms where they can get high quality.
Sure.
I don't think you necessarily need.
So my broad thought with this, can I cast that after the end of common IR? What I do find in later tests is that there isn't this reversal. The stakeholders that seem to buy on at the onset of common IR tend to stick with the firm even after the dissipation of this common IR representative. So if it really is that there's this information that's being released and then the IR company is transforming that information or processing it and allowing these investors to understand it, not that initial sort of onset, but just through a persistent basis, then my expectation would always be that you would expect some divestiture when that benefit no longer accrues to the investors. But I don't seem to observe that. And so in my mind, it's always been more with the awareness cost story, because you kind of make these investors aware and then they continue to hold that firm in their portfolio.
There can also be costs to divestiture.
And sort of, are you thinking of transaction costs?
Yeah, I mean, like once you're investing in a firm, you're really familiar with it. It seems like it would take a lot for you to want to divest. Having the IR officer drop off, I'm not sure that would be enough.
It might not be. I think it depends on the strength of the signal and the benefit. I mean, in a cost benefit world, if the signaling was the benefit that ultimately led to investment, it seems reasonable to suggest that it might equally in sort of an equal signaling strength be invest at the offset, perhaps. So, Mark.
So yeah, it seems like it's a really interesting industry, I thought. And to your comment earlier, it seems like I would expect it to be sort of an evolving industry. It seems kind of inefficient. It's nice for identification that these people are across different industries that they follow.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting to me is sort of figure 1 to 3 suggest that it really isn't evolving. And I guess I was wondering why you thought that was the case, why you don't see more industry, and kind of how it compares to other functions like, like auditing going into industry specialization. I would have thought this would be a case for industry.
Sure. So let me first just say the prior literature has kind of established that there's 2 reasons firms tend to outsource. One is time constraints, and then the other is resource constraints. Although you could recap time constraints as being resource constraints. And so as firms get bigger, they tend to drop off sort of the external, like they outgrow sort of the external. But I mean, in the last couple of presentations, I've heard lots of people ask about the objective function. So that your question kind of speaks to what is the objective function of these IRs? And I think broadly, there's some constraints, but it's to maximize fees. If you constrain yourself to a single industry, you're necessarily constraining, you're putting an upper bound on the amount of fees that you're going to be able to charge to clients. And if you have an IR company that's ultimately willing to serve all industries and try to get maximized clients, again, it's not uniform, it's not unconditional. I think there are reasons they would not take any client that you would expect to see this diversification across industries. Does that help?
Yeah, I would say the same thing about almost any service.
Sure.
Right, that you prefer to have more clients than less, just that you become more attractive if you're an auditor who's really good at a specific industry. I guess that was the sense I meant. It seems like this industry is unusual.
I think it's so like in the auditing industry, you're mandated to do the external auditor, right? So all the public companies are. Maybe I go again back to the outgrowth is that there's some natural tension of if you get all these clients, they're doing really well, eventually they can outgrow and then eventually do it internal. It's probably not completely responding to what you're saying, but there are similarities to other common outsourcing functions, and I think what makes this a really institutionally rich setting is the closeness to the accounting and the information function that's happening. I think that is what makes it more unique to accounting. If that's yes, Steve, and then I'll maybe move to the next slide, and then I'll get Zach.
One of your contributions is it's not just that outsourcing IR helps or increases analyst following or institutional ownership, but it does so in a way that overlaps with other clients. My question is how you can separate a scale effect from a relationship effect. So you have these measures where there's a finite number of large institutional owners, a finite number of analysts, even a finite number of disclosure items that you're able to measure. And so if they're improving in any of those dimensions, overlap might just be mechanical. So if there's two firms and they each have, there's 10 analysts in an industry, we each have a following of 3, overlap is likely to be low. If we each increase to a following of 8, overlap is automatically high. So how do you separate out this idea of overlap versus just increasing in each of these areas in a way that naturally kind of shows up?
So some of this I'm going to try to deal with in my research design, and maybe that can spur me to move forward a little bit. In my setting, or when my design, what I'm going to do is everybody's sort of outsourcing. It's just who you're outsourcing to. And so under the assumption that everybody's kind of growing under these benefits of outsourcing, I already increased visibility. It's more a function of who are you outsourcing to that's connecting you with a shared set of data. So I hopefully that addresses some of it, although I'm not going to say it completely addresses. I could probably think about that. Zach, and then I think I'll move to the next slide.
Yeah, and so you're thinking about some of the comments we've got. You have sort of the discussion about awareness costs and some debate about whether or not how plausible that is. And then you sort of have the same comment about the stakeholder stuff. I do think you can kind of differentiate between these stories by doing some fun tests. So for example, the awareness story sort of suggests that, you see entry by funds that are likely to be contacted by the IRO, but not necessarily the positions evolve over time. Whereas Christine's story would say that you see, sort of position involvement amongst the owners that, are more than the IRO, but not necessarily sort of investment. Related to sort of Anna's comment, one thing to do on the fund level is you look at smaller funds where you're more likely to have that awareness, and they're more likely to be relaxed. The other thing is overall related to Ed's comment, if you do some tests on the fund level, you get a little bit more granular about how the IRO is sort of relaxing these sort of processing constraints that we think will exist. And you can make a more sort of theoretically focused comment.
I think that's a great synthesis and of everybody's comment. The one thing that I guess I maybe push back on a little is there is a lot of endogenous behavior there, and the size of the IR company, the sort of clients that they have relationships with. I mean, there's a whole industry going on here, and there's a lot of selection. And I can only ultimately observe the types of investors that take positions. And so kind of given that, if I could motivate a stronger theoretical framework, maybe I can make stronger predictions, but some of that seems like it would be exploratory. So, okay, so let me just say, how am I going to identify external IR? So earlier I showed you some press releases. And so right now I'm going to show you, so we have Chicken Soul Soup for the Soul Entertainment, and we have Pioneer Power Solutions. And so in their press release at the bottom, they have their investor relations contact. And so we have James and Brett, and first what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for email domains that are common and show up in different places. And you can note that these are different times, because there's time variation. Well, and then I'm also going to look for the names explicitly of the IR. And I'm going to go through that. When I do that across 2005 to 2018, I get 726 unique domains. I go through those by hand and manually verify that those pertain to IR companies. And applying this approach, I'm able to identify 127 IR companies that represent about less than 1,900 clients, the sizable number of firm quarters, and about 1 in 6.49 if you translate that to odds. The 50% figure. In the common IR setting, we have about a little less than 150,000 connections between two firms over time in my sampling. As you can see, the majority are between firms in different industries. Yeah, right.
Let me help you a little bit here and then make a suggestion. Responding specifically to Mark and to some of the other questions about industry, the important thing here is you're doing this by firm. So within an IR firm, they actually do specialize by industry. And in fact, even if you look at like Westwick that you use in figure 3, they were great in healthcare. They were then purchased by ICR. Our friend Tom Ryan, who both has talked with a lot, right?
Yep.
So that they could expand out into that industry within their firm and bring that knowledge in. So, you know, they do have industry knowledge, and it is set up the way you would expect, Mark, that they're bringing it in. And the thing here is within the firm. Now, the great thing within the firm, though, is just like auditing firms, they share information with each other, they share contact with each other. So the IR firm is a way to bring together a set of contacts where they can walk down the hall to somebody else, et cetera, giving you both the industry knowledge and then that cross-functional knowledge of the capital. So I think it's a great setup to capture a lot of that stuff and a component that the prior research hasn't looked at along those lines. Now, that said, some of these people or some of these companies, going to Anna's point, have pretty involved IR and they're hiring these people for strategic reasons. And others are hiring them truly to outsource their IR. If you could get into that and look and see, can you find ones that have IRO officers themselves, I think you find different impacts across them. It may be more than this paper should do, but it's something you could do with this data and put the things together that I think would give us a lot more insights into what this particular function is, and then answer a lot more of the questions people have about why do we need an entity like this?
And just related to the specific period, are you saying they, in the contact section, they might outsource that component, but they also have a dedicated internal function?
Yeah, a lot of the times they don't want retail investors bugging them. So they put this here, and these people are to screen them. And even within your IR function, your internal IR will say, I'll screen a lot of the calls, but if it's somebody important or an important question, I'll move you up. So they talk about like the drinks, a snack, and then a meal, depending on how important the question is and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So you could have people using them as the first screen, but they're not the main IR. And I think for smaller companies, a lot of them, they do everything. And I think that's really what's driving your results. But the other ones I think are interesting too.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to look and see how much overlap. Maybe I can call up Kimball or you and get the internal data.
Well,
So we
Kimball
can kind of overlay those two.
Call Kimball.
Or call Kimball. We discussed the paper, so yeah. Matt, thank you. Thank you, Gary.
This is somewhat in the spirit of Beth's comment earlier about, I won't be able to get you towards optimality. I think that might be a little out of reach, but trying to get a better handle on how is this really playing out in the capital market? And what is it that they're doing differently? How is it evolving? And one thing that I think would be sort of some low-hanging fruit that could be intuitive but slower would be the disclosure syllabus. Because if you imagine a world where firms are crafting disclosures with the blinders on, they're thinking only about their own stuff. You get, a die or directly a disclosure policy, whatever. Whereas now, if you have someone who has a portfolio of companies that they care about, and they get to advise you on how to craft disclosures, they might be thinking about the externalities and spillovers. Will this have a favorable effect on the other companies I care about? Will it give them liquidity bumps? Things of that sort. We've already got some evidence in Park et al. Showing some common ownership seems to have some of this sort of internalization of the externality. And I'm wondering if you can document here, like, do these firms, once they have, now this common IR relationship, do they craft their disclosures now in a way that seems to be more favorable? And this could also play a role in giving you more of that co-movement across the assets.
So I think you can correct me if I'm wrong. Some of the tests that we'll get to are getting at that specific function, maybe. So it's the alignment of the guidance policies that I look at is we do find more alignment in that firms are guiding more of the same line items when they're under the common IR representation function. And what I think is very interesting then is when the common IR representation ends, that is termination, that you see that guidance similarity begin to lose. And that might speak to, well, really what's going on here is you have a third party that's influencing these disclosure choices that may or may not be something that would be optimal for the firm. To explore that in those maybe tertiary or terminal years of that relationship, maybe that having some sort of a negative impact or positive impact, but at least somebody, it seems like the person in the driver's seat on the disclosure decisions is shifting around those years. You have a follow-up?
Just one last thing to clarify. So my comment is less about the similarity and how they choose to disclose, when they choose to disclose, what they choose to disclose, but rather, what are the capital market effects of what it is that they disclose? Does it seem to have, are they, now providing greater spillover benefits to companies relative to what you would have expected if they were solely focused?
Gotcha. All right, John. Yep. Yep. Sure. Okay, so I'm imagining two versions of our test. Let me tell you those, and you say which one you'd like more. So one, I could replace the BV in that determinant with a 1-0 for if they outsource to a company and get a shared connection. And so that would be just saying, and that's going to be virtually identical. The majority of outsourcing that happens, they get some sort of a shared connection. An alternative, it would be to kind of explore, to run the model that I have in the paper by IR, see if those are different, and sort of, if do we start to see more overlap or differentiation across IR?
You want to have barriers. How many firms already have that product market? Do those?
Sure. Okay, yeah, no, I can think more about that. Miguel?
I was trying to think that. But no, just a comment. I think two things to help. I guess I've read too many network papers. First is whether the finding is because there is either structural capital or resource access for either environmental change, right? So what in the network literature, there are certain paradigms about why networks form and how agents get benefits. It might help to comment on that.
Yep.
And so aside with that is any network can be seen at the dyad level or at the clique or cluster level. And that's as you mentioned that it's involved in the paper when you say that firm A is more similar to firm B. When in reality, if I join this group, I will develop some characteristics that bring me away to more to the center of the cluster. And maybe the disclosure analysis will be like that, right? Like all these disclosures look very similar. And then when I am adopted into the network, I behave like them, right? So sometimes I show that there is a cluster of more similar observations besides just comparing from A versus from B.
Yeah.
Right? And that will also tell me, am I joining just a club or am I actually being brought to a higher level that everybody shares?
Yeah. So one thing to add that's related is there's a literature on uniqueness, on firm uniqueness. Are these firms trading off being more unique and sort of becoming less unique and joining the club and the group of everyone else? Or is it that firms remain unique, but there just seems to be some sort of variation?
So you'll never be able to compare the firm AB versus just looking at this group as a network's more powerful, the more it grows.
Sure.
Right? Yeah. So those are tests that would help.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let me jump one slide ahead. Yep. Oh, Anya. Sorry.
So my question, very similar to Cal's question, I'm not going to repeat the powers that we might get when we model the actual network, but one additional idea that I had is
relationships that the firms have, right? So like the entertainment company might be buying their utility services from the power company, and you'll find this information to its entities. So they might be similar in some ways, and there might be some informational spillovers, even though they are in different industries, and perhaps it would be like a easy, clear-cut way for you to identify.
So just following, what is there a specific characteristic that you might have in mind that might connect those sorts of companies?
Right. So I'm suggesting that you look at the contractual relationships that firms have.
Okay. Which I can follow. Okay. Looks like we're good. So here's just briefly showing you variation over time. This is firm pairs, so two firms sharing a common IR representative over time. And what you see is it's peaked sort of in the early 2000s, late 2000s. And then since 2011, it's been broadly trending. And so I want to park here for a second and explain a little bit of the variation that I have in my paper. So here on the x-axis, we have time. And on the y-axis, we're going to be plotting it's the firm level. So each x row is one firm. So each black bar here is a firm that's in Westwick's portfolio. Greg mentioned Westwick earlier. They specialize in the life science industry. And as you can see, beginning in 2006, they seem to have just one client. But as you proceed through the sample, they have clients be added to the portfolio. And then you start to see that the duration of those relationships has a surprising amount of variation. Some of those persist well into 2013, while others drop off much earlier. So you were to take your hand and sort of draw a line across this graph, what you'd be really picking up, and it sort of overlaps, that's common IRA. So you can see that Westwick actually has 74 clients that I can identify between 2005 and 2018, which, so just showcasing some of the variation. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any extent to what extent the firms have the power in the relationship versus the IR firms? So are the IR firms ever the ones who are going out and like soliciting and saying, I only want these firms, or I'm going to cut off my relationship because my institutional clients are not interested in me?
So I think there's both. I mean, the prior literature would suggest that both variation happens. There's selection. And so, for example, some reasons that an IR company might reject would be as if a fund is saying, I just want a short-term bump in stock price. If that's just, I'm looking for this boost, then I think a lot of IR companies, at least they would say, is that they don't want to touch that company, they're going to pass. I've also talked to other CEOs, they say they go in with the lens of the sell-side analyst. Can we view this narrative? Can we kind of view a value proposition that we can craft and effectively sell, or tell institutional investors about? And so those would be reasons that the IR company would pass. But there's also reasons that clients might pass an IR. They don't think they understand them well, or they don't fit the specific needs. Does that, just institutional details, is there an underlying either concern or color?
Well, I think that if the IR firms have a lot of power, they're actively curating a network, and then the findings almost become endogenous. It's kind of circular. Because they're going to pick more similar firms that they know appeal to their institutional clients who are already looking at similar firms.
So I think that story broadly could be happening. What I'm going to try to do, though, is rule out some of that concern with my research design, and I can get to that here in a second. But I mean, some of that, it's a very rich institutional economic environment. So I'll take maybe two more, Patty. So, yeah. So certainly I think that could be the trigger for some sort of this relationship, that some of these companies will advertise, hey, we'll help you with short seller or activist attack. That being said, well, yeah, I mean, hopefully that answers the question. I don't know if there's some underlying concern I'm just stepping into here. No, I think as the industry has expanded, the product offering and the suite offering has expanded. So this is not in my sample, but the IR companies have started to dip their hand into the SPACs. And so some of the companies in my sample ends in 2018, but some of the product offerings include one IR company maybe has done over like 150 SPACs, for example. So there are these other services, but I think they're broadly contained under the umbrella of what you might consider investment. So let me just talk. Yes, sorry.
Just quickly, when I think about common ownership, the very first thing that I think about is investments. So now, to the extent that your results are driven by small firms, as your response to Anna, then I would be fine. But I was wondering why, especially given the upward trends that you showed me in the prior figures and given the proliferation of index funds in the last 2 years, why haven't you thought about, what hasn't occurred to you that it could be that these things are just coinciding and these firms happen to have the same IR and then happen to be in an index funds, which drives common ownership. Like all the common ownership literature is about index funds.
So I do some tests that sort of rule out, is some reverse causality concern? The index funds are driving common IR representation. So I do some of those later on in my analysis, which hopefully address the concern. There's an incremental effect if you already know in the model the level of common ownership that we have in period T. Even having a common IR in T incrementally explains variation in T+1, which hopefully gets at that. But one thing I haven't done is disambiguated the DV common owners into something like an index or not. And so, or those index-like funds. And that could be interesting to explore. It might, because I could see arguments that even like index funds might have awareness costs, but arguably they'd have lower ones.
That's not an issue in this fund. Once you enter the index, you're going to be acquired by these funds that follow the index. So there's no such a thing as awareness cost. And the fact that you don't find reversal, that's kind of surprising. Because yes, I mean, you can still argue that now they are aware about the firm, and so they keep their investment in the firm, but I can also argue that now they're in the index.
Sure, I can check around those thresholds and see if that's what's right.
There are many, yeah.
Yeah. Henry?
So this is very closely related, but do IR firms ever help their clients get into indices? So I'm
Greg is nodding yes, so I'm going to go
okay. That seems like something important to check, and to me at least is sufficiently different from just the growth in passive indexing that it's not exactly the same. So I think if you could present some information on whether there is growth in index inclusion, and maybe more so for indices where there is discretion, I think that would potentially help explain things in a concise way.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let me just talk for a second about the research design. And so I'm going to be in the firm pair world. So it's not the standard research design where we're firm level. And so on the left here, we have a treatment observation, and that's going to include variations, we'll say firm A and firm B. So the variables are on the long term measured as relationships, such as whether we share an auditor, are we similar market value, do we have a common IR representative, how much common do we have? The control observation includes variation from that same firm A. Now what I'm going to do in the design is I'm going to hold constant A, and then we're going to look, does firm A get closer to firm B relative to a firm C, where firms B and C both are at similar size, are in the same industry, and both outsource IR at least once in my sample period, and in a robust test, I kind of constrained the timing of that decision. And in so doing, I'll talk a little bit about this, but it's really about, you have these goalposts that are kind of stationary in this example, and firm A is moving closer to the one that they're getting this common IR connection with, rather than firm C, which they're not getting connection. Yeah, Jim.
So when you do this pairing, I'm a fan of these types of designs, but the problem is you get this explosion in observations, and you're going to get a lot of correlation within these observations, and you're clustering at the pair.
Yep.
So I think it would be better to cluster at the focal firm, and then also cluster at the paired firm level.
Okay.
Because you don't have independence across these two, but you're clustering sets.
Okay. I mean, I have run tests in a broader sense, where I have clustered on both, like, you might think of this as I've clustered by both the firm A and firm B jointly, and triple clustered, as well as including the standard firm pair clustering, and I've continued to broadly find similar results. But your point. Cool. Got 20 minutes. Stefan and Maxie's. Maxie.
Yeah. So I had a similar comment regarding clustering by industry is basically to avoid things. But besides that, I think it also the structure makes a lot of sense, but I think it would also then be useful to bring in some of the staggered design more directly, like for example, interactive stack or the metric stack with like here industry stack to basically control out of the post dummy itself. And the other thing, I think potentially the variation I'm most concerned about is the control variables that they change around the time when the IR firm the new common owners. I was wondering whether that makes sense also to act like the program. It's not with pre so much, but more with post and control for some of these. But there's like a break in the correlation with the output.
So what's the concern is that the control, not firm A necessarily, but the firm C is changing the way that they're related to.
So if there's some trend in some of the outcomers, like you have common analysts in a sense, and then you decide jointly to pick this IR firm, which gives you the common ownership, but at the same time, this also drives future common ownership, and that's what so I think it would make sense to control also basically what this potential break and just interactive post.
I can think about that more. Yeah, thank you. Matthias?
Just adding a couple of suggestions on the design. So besides clustering and having these cohorts fix the fact and interacting a little bit more, I think you have more flexibility there that you can avoid. I think that what you still will have is this question about why did we see that change? So we had a lot of discussion about this kind of selection. So that's always what we have to deal with. If we're talking here, then it should be somewhat exogenous change. I think you could try to complement the analysis that you have, the broad sample, with some more focused samples where you focus only on where, for example, there were mergers or closures or any kind of new entry in this particular IR market. And Greg alluded to some of these things institutionally before. So if you have some of that variation, very similar to the analyst brokerage idea, that use something like that as a subsample just to get a bit away from maybe the firm just got the same investors and they get them to choose all these same choices. I think that could be helpful.
It's a great thought. I've collected about 20 of these. One issue is that there's just not a lot of observations around that time. Even the merger that Greg is referring to happened outside my sample. So it happened in 2020. Is ICR acquired Westway. And so there hasn't been a ton of big players acquiring big players, which is kind of the variation we want. We can get see a lot of this variation. But it is something I've thought about quite a bit. A lot of times there's been mom and pops sort of getting acquired. And really I'd be skeptical of whether I'd have this statistical power. But I will think about that very carefully. Thanks. Lisa.
Yeah, just along this, I know that's the video, like that's one of the best scenarios you can talk about. But just to clarify, so here, basically your underlying assumption is like, if my understanding is correct here, it sounds like because I know that you didn't try this parallels, but you actually use the proprietary survey data to look at the global investor relation. And one finding is that different companies have different demands from this IR company, right? They look for different things. So are you just assuming that maybe these different clients A and B here, they have different demands, they may not necessarily look for common similar disclosure practice or common analysis or common institutional investor? They have very heterogeneous demands, and then later they hire the same IR company, then we see something, the common overlap becomes analyst and institutional investor. So is that the assumption you are hiding your research design.
I don't think I'm making any strong assumptions in that way about the suite of services that they're contracting to provide. I think, and one difficulty with that is that it's inherently unobservable, but to the extent that they're contracting for different services, I think that variation wouldn't contribute to observing an effect in this case. For example, if I'm contracting to increase, if one firm is to increase common ownership, but another one is doing it just to screen out the retail investors that tests, I don't think we would expect an effect. So broadly speaking, the variation is suggestive that on average, firms seem to be contracting for the specific purpose of attracting stakeholders.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was just trying to help to say that may be helping you with the identification here, right? If that's rather than the endogenous selection here. Keep that assumption clarified. That's
okay. Thank you. Yeah. Steven.
Use the suggested, but I think participation now does help. One question on that: when you get into that result, when I look at this ideal transaction, another firm pair that they deem another firm pair also brings. And for those solicitations, you just always there's an ending IR read out, or they're finding a new IR.
So there's a lot of potential control groups that can be there. So this is a new analysis that my reviewer graciously suggested, and I really like, and I think it's improved the paper. And so what I did make the discretionary choice of including the match that I do in the first analysis under the assumption, well, let's assume that they already got common ownership. I could explore alternative matches, for example, other firms that are also divesting or ending common IR. You could also think about just recomputing a similar match that I did initially, or other similar types of analysis. But yeah, I will move on. So here, now we're at results. So here's table 4, and I'm just skipping over the determinants analysis. So here I'm exploring the common ownership result, and it's the post-time tree, and I'm iteratively adding controls, match fixed effects, and interactive treatment. John Ford.
I understand this is not your paper, but I think it would be interesting to know why these firms choose to do this or not do it, and why they choose to stop doing it. And your paper is really silent on it. But I think that would help you with the contribution, and also, I mean, this is an interesting decision, right? But you don't really model it at all in table 3.
Sure. So I don't want to steal too much of Greg's thunder, because his paper with Brian in 2012 does the same determinants model. Maybe they're not modeling it, the decision, but I agree. It's a very fundamentally interesting choice. What hasn't been looked at is the termination of the decision. So what is happening? Are firms investing in-house? That would be my guess, but that would be speculative to assert that. But I completely agree with you. Largely, I viewed a lot of that gap as having been filled, and so I didn't want to try to claim that as sort of my contribution. Okay, Ed.
The marketing theory is that that's to pay a one-time cost, not like this with no name, to learn the different costs that the deep dive. That let's out a bit more. IRO like I'll put down, I'll help you understand. Yep. You know, this company didn't follow. When we do a little IRO. Or they're going to get them a one-on-one application call. With that access,
yep.
So I think you could flesh that out, really lowering the cost of the market. Flesh it out a bit more.
Yeah, so I agree. It's not just so much as learning the name of the company. It's I think in Merton model, there's 3 parameters, security specific parameters that the investor has to know and include in the return generation process. Maybe what helps a bit is that we don't seem to, maybe I'll jump ahead a little to this termination analysis, is when I look at termination, you don't see this divestiture. And so in that case, you're not having it's the removal of this phone call away, at least for this particular agent. And if you thought it was more about facilitating a dedicated access point, it would predict that they would divest. Okay. Yes. I agree with you too. All right, thank you. I'll take one comment and then I'll talk to you.
Hi, David. This is a little related idea tying back to Anna and Beth's earlier comments, but then Ed's comment made me think about this too. I wonder if it's worth kind of diving a little bit more into just looking at firms that just IPO'd. To the extent that these are the firms, to Anna's point, where the mechanism is more plausible, where it's more about figuring out not just if this firm exists, but also, what is their business? How are they going to perform financially over the next few years? But it could also, to that point, make you think about, where is what the IR firm brings going to be most helpful, perhaps, versus where it might not matter as much. And then I was also thinking, you mentioned that with termination, it's very hard to tell. Are they bringing it in-house? Are they switching firms? There's a lot more perhaps manual collection that needs to happen there, and to some extent it's unobservable. But maybe diving into a smaller group of firms that just IPO'd, track them for, 5 years or so, maybe a little bit more feasible, but then kind of dig more into these mechanisms of termination, which I think people seem to be interested in.
Yeah, I think that the model, the data supports the IPO story. IPOs is a specific kind of focus on the analysis, which is, there's a lot going on in IPOs. And so I don't know if I want to necessarily get into completely that can of worms, maybe in another paper. And, but I think the data supports that is exactly what's happening. The Merton model specifically says that the firms that have those lowest awareness are those for which the investment in IR is going to have the biggest payoff, because it's the easiest to increase the fraction of investors and thereby increase your investment base and ultimately value. So, okay, we're gonna move through. So I'm predicting termination, or I'm examining termination, but I'm also going to use this test a little bit strategically to distinguish between the possible mechanisms for guidance. So if the common stakeholders are both demanding guidance, similar guidance across the firms in their portfolio, then you should not expect reversal if the common owners and the analysts persist. So we observe persistence, but we observe this reversal of the common guidance metrics. And so I'm going to say that is emblematic of the IR company directly influencing guidance practices of the firm. So that's distinguishing between those mechanisms. So just briefly, I'm going to talk about this return co-movement. I think by studying co-movement in this setting, I'm establishing this as a consequence of common IR, but it also aids in triangulation, because prior work in the space of common ownership, disclosure, analyst coverage would predict that those should lead to co-movement. So I'm going to do an analysis here where I'm going to iteratively add those mechanisms. So maybe look at columns 3 and 4 here. Those are with controls, but without the common owners, common analysts, or common guidance channels. And so we observe an effect. However, in columns 5 and 6, when I include those channels that prior literature suggests should explain co-movement, you no longer see the incremental effect of common IR. And so in this way, it manifests in ways that are consistent with prior literature and perhaps supports that I'm picking up variation that's with IR. I'm just going to keep moving. One explanation here could be that co-movement is being driven by convergent economic similarity among the clients. This is the Vidge 1994 hypothesis, the traditional view of co-movement. And so I kind of look at my control variables, similar market to book, similar market value of equity, similar profitability, and I don't find that there's convergence among clients on this dimension. My results are also robust and constraining to the subsample of industry connections that are across industry, which is perhaps good because that's where you might expect omitted variable constraints to be more likely within industry. And so I also compute a couple additional robustness tests, which you can see in the paper. And so broadly, I'll just highlight my takeaways and then I'll take Frank's comment. I think that's, I've got time for a couple questions. So first, I kind of view this paper as being instrumental in showing at scale the scope of common IR representation. And I hope that galvanizes more work studying IR companies and the setting. I also think that my results support IR companies being meaningful and playing a role in shaping clients' connections to the market, as well as shaping guidance practices, and finally, being a sort of gatekeeper where they have many clients that they seem to be restricting access to capital. If you get access to the IR company, you get access to certain investors. And so through that lens, they're possibly a gatekeeper to capital. Yeah, right.
So just a couple of comments. And so I think the first one is it would be useful to discuss more about what drives the variation in treaty times post. In particular, in your example, what is driven by firm A initiating the common IR relationship, or is driven by firm B.
Okay.
So I think that would be useful because I think there may be some variations to exploit here. And second one, I think is also there's an opportunity to dig more into the disclosure test. Because there, I would imagine if the merchant is worried, so then one of the argument is that investor demand is kind of disclosure, which you can find evidence. But the question is then why would the firm do that? Like why would IR push the firm to increase similarity of disclosure? I think that would be like a determination test and if you have more variation, cross-sectional test can help.
So I agree with the exploring the variation is driven by the A or the B. As long as A is in both pairs, I think it could be interesting to explore. And sorry, can you repeat the second half? Just maybe one word.
Yeah. So
that's too much.
Why firms are providing similar disclosures?
That's right. That's right. Yes.
Don't seem to be beneficial.
That's right. So this is not a theoretical argument necessarily, but my sense in talking to these companies is they might employ a template-based approach across their clients. They might have their own style, their own preferences, the way that they think it's going to be easiest for them to market the clients to their portfolio of institutional investors. Whether that is true or not doesn't really need to hold to explain the variation. It's simply that the IR company has this view and imposes that on the clients. You see it?
Somewhat related. So I do think it makes sense if you want to look more into was it A that started it or was B starting it. It can help you also to understand the magnitude a bit better. Because if it's really A that moved and moved closer to B, then it also moved away from C. And so you have in essence spillover in your control group, which is going to compound the magnitude. But if you just have to be there that moved, and then the issue is not there because A didn't move. So A and C should be a stable match without any of those spillovers. So you can look into this a bit, whether that kind of affects your magnitudes a bit. That's a cleaner way to get around of movements in your control.
Fair enough. And I'm not, so 2 points to just follow up. One is that I'm not saying that these pairs are not getting closer to firm C. I mean, you might have overlap in the connections across IR companies. All that I'm arguing is that they're going to get closer to firm B relative to firm C. So A might just very well, by getting more ownership, be moving closer to C. And the second thought is that some of this depends on how you believe the treatment effect is. So if the treatment effect is this persistent effect, then you might always expect institutional investor ownership to be increasing for all the firms within the portfolio. And that could be that B and A are persistently getting closer together. It wouldn't, even if A is only contemporaneously outsourcing, B's ownership might still be moving up. That doesn't mean, just to say that there could be a lot of movement in there independent of the timing of, let's say, A's outsourcing. But there's just follow-ups, not disagreeing with you. how, we get one more? Anne? Sorry, Andrew. I'll talk to you after.
Even I'm working quite a bit on the underlying assumption. And what actually has quite a nice sort of like contextual predictions about like what you would expect to happen, like future effects and future returns, pricing of like idiosyncratic risk. So I was just wondering whether you like considered like testing whether like these things actually hold. Because if they don't, right, then it's sort of like questionable that like the investor base actually expands. So if the investor base doesn't expand, then like sort of a lot of the story is a bit more on shaky ground.
Fair enough. Some of what I'm relying on, and I don't think this comes through in the paper, is that some of the prior literature has more directly examined exactly the empirical predictions of Merton in the setting, and they've largely found increases that are consistent with the model. So they have found increases in, say, the market flow ratio, I think that he would predict, and institutional investor ownership, as well as analyst coverage, which are consistent with the model. So to the extent that I could take his predictions and move them maybe into the common dimension, that could be interesting to explore. But you're right. I've been assuming that that assumption holds, and some of that has been driven by prior. Hopefully that helps. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
So now we have a lunch break just down the hall, and we'll resume promptly at 2 p.m. for table. Thanks.
Right.
close their position by buying shares. But as they buy shares, this buying pressure leads the price to go up. And as price increases, this puts more pressure on short sellers to cover even more of their positions, because as price increases, their profits go down. And this can trigger margin calls or lead to them trying to cut their losses because of risk management procedures. But them covering can potentially lead price to go up more. So the main takeaway is that when there's a short squeeze, price increases and there's losses for the short sellers, so they don't. Okay, so why are we talking about short squeezes and short attacks? What is the link that we see between them that we're going to explore in this paper? Well, we think that short attacks are particularly ripe to be squeezed for a couple different reasons. One of these reasons is because active and short sellers tend to take large under-hedged positions in the firms that they are attacking. Anecdotally, it is often about one position at a time. They have all of their eggs in the basket. That's my graphic. And then this means that they have low capacity to absorb losses if price goes up and goes against them. So there's urgency for them to cover their positions, and then this covering potentially set off the squeeze. Also, this is a disclosure setting, right? They're issuing this negative information, and that disclosure also alerts the market to the fact that they have this large underhedged position. And so then predatory traders can potentially come in, also buy shares of the stock to lead price to go up, that can then set off the squeeze. Okay. To give a sort of a visual of what the dynamic is that we think is going on in cases where there are short squeezes after short attacks here, I have plotted stock price for a hypothetical firm. And at time T, that's when the short attack is happening. That's when the short seller is issuing their negative information in the form of some sort of report or tweet or something like that. And immediately after the short attack, we're going to be looking at a 3-day event window. And we're also going to be looking at a roughly 60 trading day post period. It's going to be about 1 calendar quarter in total. And if there is a short squeeze after a short attack, then we would expect in that initial event window that price is going to increase because of the squeeze. But squeezes don't last forever, and so the price pressure from the squeeze isn't going to last indefinitely. So as the squeeze subsides, the price pressure goes down, the initial positive returns are going to start to reverse over time. So that's why we look over this longer post period to see price going down. So this dynamic of price going up at the time of the squeeze and then going down again is going to be one of the symptoms of the squeeze that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit later. Okay, now why do we care? Why do we care if short sellers are getting squeezed, losing money? Because everybody hates short sellers, right? Well, there has been evidence that short selling provides benefits to the market because it helps increase the speed of price discovery and it prevents bubbles. And so if you have constraints on short selling, this makes it costly for short sellers and it prevents them from getting that negative information into price. And squeezes are costly to short sellers. So this is one constraint on short sellers that can prevent them from even gathering that negative information in the first place. And also, short selling has a bit of a PR problem. Firms don't like them because they issue negative information about the firms. And so there have been pushes to put more constraints on short selling. So what we're interested in this paper is documenting one risk that is already faced by short sellers so we can understand the costs they're already bearing. So that gives us a little bit of sense of what happens if we put more restrictions on them. All right. So now that we understand all of the terminology, this leads me to our research questions and sort of a very brief overview of our results. Our first research question is there evidence of short squeezes after short attacks? And if so, how often? We find yes, there is evidence, and it looks like it's happening maybe roughly 15% of the time. And we're also interested in what is driving these short squeezes. Are they predictable ex ante? We find mostly no. Are they affected by the credibility of the short seller's evidence? We find yes. If the credibility of their evidence goes up, they're less likely to get squeezed. And are they affected by the actions of firms and market participants in the period immediately after the short attack? We find yes, they are. So we're going to look at some things like insider purchases and recalls and firm disclosures. So I think I've gotten to the end of my 5 minutes. So if there, I think I saw a minute first.
Quick question. I'm just trying to understand, how do you distinguish between short squeeze versus a short seller taking profits and covering them up? I wasn't clear how do you distinguish, because a lot of the fact patterns that you document, I would think would occur even for firms that are just covering their position after taking profits.
So you're saying they covered profitably, and that's why they closed their position? Right?
Yeah, is that possible? I could be missing.
It is not possible in this setting, because if there's a squeeze, price goes up, and if they're covering because they have a profit, then price had to go down.
No, it's I shorted the stock and I'm covering, so I'm buying back, which would have the same effect as squeeze. We should have the same effect here. So prices would go up.
So you're saying price initially went down and then they covered, and that led to then price to go up afterwards?
Or you're unwinding the short sellers unwinding their position, which would lead them to buy the stock and prices to go up.
Yeah, so we've looked at that in the past in terms of maybe, we're looking at end of day stock price, and so even though we're finding that price is higher, maybe it initially went down and then went up, and we're not finding a lot of evidence that there's a big decreases before they then cover and then it goes up. So we didn't find evidence for that when we tried to do that.
I don't know, price has to go down necessarily, because if they lose faith in their position, not because of a short attack, it's just, for the reasons you say, right? The credibility of short sellers evidence is not as strong. They don't have as much confidence in position. They took position, they lost, new information came out, they decided that I want to get out of this position.
Okay, yeah, so you're saying not because price was down, but just in general. In general, no, we would not expect just covering and not having squeeze to lead to the patterns that we're going to document, and I'll go through the course of this presentation all of our evidence, but there might be a little bit of a price increase as they're covering, but not the magnitude that we're seeing. We didn't expect to see the reversals in our other tests that also consistently, like the lending market disruptions and the stock volatility. All of that is consistent with squeezes, but we're not expecting that just every single time a short seller.
Dorian, just on that, I think whether or not this could happen or not is also a function of whether it's answer for what the price impact is that happens when people trade. So you could do maybe a test where you say, let's take some of the stocks that have much more liquidity, don't have as much of a price impact, like sort of areas measured, and then sort of see is it more pronounced in that situation versus not, and then that might be.
Well, there will be more if there's more limited shares to cover with. We're going to expect more of a squeeze in that setting, and that also might be the setting where Nemit's story comes into play, where even just regular covering could lead to some price.
No, but what I have in mind is the following. Imagine you're specifically talking about the sort of the share either lending market or the short seller. But in principle, if you have a really deep and liquid stock, if somebody needs to go out and buy another, 5,000 stocks.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter.
It might not be as big. So gauging whether there should be price impact from a larger trade is kind of a way to keep.
Yeah, we can take a look at that. Mark.
I was just going to ask in terms of, I thought it was really counterintuitive to motivate this sort of content of short selling constraints. The short selling constraints are like something that are independent, whether or not short selling is or not, and are perhaps likely to be pretty pricey. But it seems like shouldn't short people kind of be a way unfounded short selling act, and so in that way wouldn't necessarily think of great, they might actually lose prices. Perhaps not as motivated by funds.
Well,
or very different.
Well, I think that you're right. It is good to have discipline on short sellers. I don't think we want to argue that just people willy-nilly short selling and then issuing negative information that's unfounded is beneficial. And so the threat of the squeeze in that sense can be helpful, but you can also get sued by the firm. And they do get sued by firms if they're saying saying something that is specifically untrue. But also in our setting, part of our point is that these initial price increases, they don't just go down to zero. The descriptions on this, for the long run, the returns are actually negative, indicating that the short sellers on average are accurately identifying overvalued firms. And so we're finding a lot of cases then that look like squeezes when the short seller was actually right. I don't think that that's yes. Yeah, well, and so tied to that is the fact that we show that you're less likely to get squeezed if you have more credible evidence, which is tied to so if you've got really bad evidence that hasn't convinced people, you're more likely to get squeezed. So you should have written a better report. Okay, we'll go on. Yeah.
Short position is very, very big. A lot of places that have easier. Basically, open profit at this point in time because it's really price which is what you get.
So I don't think that that's really the case in this setting because these are active short sellers that issue the report typically to get price decline then. If price had already been gradually declining, then they wouldn't have needed to issue a report in the first place. I think it's a little bit different than what you have in mind.
You don't have any information.
No, that's unobservable currently, but we're soon going to have more disclosures about what. Okay.
Would it help if you
okay, I can hear you.
If you type the definition of a short squeeze kind of more closely to a combination of different factors that all kind of squeeze, which actually falls down to you have significant short interest lending, and that reverses very quickly, right? You have a substantial price increase, and the price increase needs to be substantially large to essentially, force the short seller to follow the margin, right? I mean, often you have maintenance margins of 30%, right? I guess you could, but kind of backwards engineering how high the price increase would have to be for the margin to fall.
Well, so there's I can go back, right? Okay. There's a few different, let me talk about why short sellers cover their positions, and I think that this comes into what you're talking about. So, again, covering your position means closing your position by buying back shares. The first best case scenario for a short seller is they're closing because price has gone down and they can close at profit. And also if there's a stock recall, which is when their lender says you have to return your shares immediately. Lending fees also come into play. You don't want to just keep the short position indefinitely because you have to pay fees. But if you have either current or expected price increases that can also lead you to cover, one reason is for a margin call. So you have to deposit either additional collateral or liquidate some of your position. And so that's what you're talking about. But also short sellers will close or trim back their positions because of risk management policies that are part of like their funds. Basically, the idea is let's not wait until it gets to the point where we're in a crisis. We're going to proactively limit the size of our position to prevent a melting capital type situation. And so that is one reason where I don't think it's a good idea to try to quantify worst case scenario when how big price has to get before they have to. They're going to try to prevent you sooner than that. And of course, if they think that price is going to go up in the future or not going to go down. So I think that maybe gets at your question. I thought I was told you're not going to ask any questions, Mark. I'm going to talk about that later.
There you know who's doing what. Wasn't clear to me, and I just don't know the environment. So sort of, what do you think happens in that
Right, like, do you have any sense for like, and some of the having but do you anticipate something else happening?
Well, I think that there's a variety of different things, and this is why we do our determinants analysis to give ourselves a sense of what is happening. In order to set off a squeeze, you need to have something that's going to leave the short seller to cover, and that could either be a price increase or any of these things here, but also recalls. And so there are a few different things that we're going to look at that we think can lead to price increases. I'm going to talk to everybody. We'll talk later about insider purchases. It's something that can lead price to go up initially, or firm disclosures, and that can set off the squeeze, and that either may be coincidental, which is bad luck for the short seller, or it could be purposeful on the part of firms themselves. But you can also have these predatory traders that are coming in and also buying shares of stock in large enough amount to get the price to go up to kind of set this off. And you can also have recalls that also directly towards the short seller. So I don't think it's just one thing. I think that there are a variety of different things that can happen. Some of them purposeful on the part of other people in the market, and some of them not necessarily purposeful, but it doesn't matter to the short seller once they've been squeezed whether or not people give it to them. That gives yeah, Zach.
So, for example, so thinking about those results, I thought about these like news. So like if you publish like a short attack that's generating negative terms, that's going to tend to be news, right? So I would expect that to be consistent in the same way that I would think on and when you look at these kinds of terms, then one of the things that can occur is that short attack or that article is not really right. So the lawsuits react. You might want to kind of think about that.
Okay, yeah, I think we can look a little bit more into the news literature. Again, we are finding that even for these ones that they have the positive returns that reverse, on average for that set, the returns end up being negative. So I don't think it maybe is. I still think it's news. I still think it's information. I don't think it's non-news.
And then sort of a little bit of a follow-up question. But it seems to be that like short sellers, so these people that issue these articles and then trade on it, they're subject to a lot of sort of scrutiny and review. Like second guesses is sort of on top. I mean, I would expect that they want to maintain that position after issuing this type of report, particularly if the price doesn't go down, just to sort of like regulatory reasons. I mean, is there any type of evidence that people are issuing news and using it very short-term trading? Then another thought.
Wait, so by short-term trading, you mean closing their positions so they can make money off of it?
Closing their positions in a day after.
Yes, yes. They want to close as soon as they can to decrease noise trading risk. The last thing that they want is to unnecessarily keep this position, and then some random news event comes out and makes price to go up. So as soon as they can make their profits, they start closing because they don't want to get squeezed and they don't want their position around.
So we hope to improve.
Yes, and I know that my academic co-authors are here. Wuyang is often talked to Soren Ondal, who is in Austin with him, and my understanding is that they try to immediately start closing on the day of if they can. Yeah. Maybe I'll just go back one slide and talk a little bit more about the setting, and then I'll start and I'll take a couple other questions. So just to give a little bit more context about what's going on with these short selling attacks and why they choose this strategy, especially since our whole paper about how the strategy can sometimes sink them if they get squeezed. But short sellers are choosing to issue these short attacks in the setting for a couple of reasons. One is that in these settings, there tends to be a low supply of lendable shares. So overall, if you just have a bunch of short sellers taking these short positions, that's not going to move the needle on price on its own. And so that's why they try to get price to go down by issuing the short attack. And also, stock lending fees tend to be really high in this setting. And so they don't want to just wait around endlessly for people to finally figure out this negative information. They release the negative information to get price to go down so that they can cover fees and hopefully make money. And this strategy generally is successful. The average returns are about -5% on the day of the attack, and it's generally really good at identifying overpriced and fraudulent firms. I've already talked to you before, so I'm sorry. Yeah.
Kind of relating to some of the discussions you had earlier, like I felt there was a little bit of a disconnect on like how we like commonly understand what short squeezes to be, which kind of requires a very sudden rise in prices, and that kind of is a symptom of that spiral you showed. But I think the way you define it is any like positive return that reverses, right? So why is that? Like, shouldn't you kind of, look at the subset of cases, like kind of back to I think Thomas's point, like the cases that are extreme. And I think this is regardless of whether short sellers like, preempt or not, because regardless, we'll see the spiral, which would lead to the sudden rise in prices, right? So I feel like your definition is missing that it's, that speed of rise in prices.
Okay, and also it happens with, so yes, I agree with, we don't just solely rely on, we're not just saying it's anytime price goes up and goes down again. And I'm gonna drag you through a bunch of tests where we look at a bunch of different things that we would expect to happen if there is a squeeze. So it's not just price increases followed by reversals. If that is unnecessary but not sufficient conditions to convince us that there is a squeeze. And I think part of your point too is also about the magnitude. It always has to be extreme. And I think that one of the good things and bad things about this paper is that GameStop happened and it made everyone be aware that this thing called the squeeze exists. But most squeeze, that's a really extreme example. Also, the Volkswagen one is also just extreme. So you can have a squeeze, which is where this covering meets the price pressure without it having to go up by such an extreme amount. So I think that that it's the exception that proves the rule that people, I think, it leads price increases, but not that.
This is sort of a related kind of suggestion. I only know this because some of my co-authors actually looked at this data, so the market data that you look at. I think they have some kind of proprietary way of defining short squeezes, and when you kind of read their definitions, they really try to bake in this kind of concept of extremeness. So maybe something to check out. Like I believe the data sort of again has their own definition. I think they really try to incorporate this idea of extreme, price pattern.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
One of the things that's actually needed for the short squeeze to work is illiquidity. If you try and do the short squeeze in a stock like Microsoft, it's not going to work. So something where you bring in the importance of liquidity in your analysis is really helpful. But that also, the liquidity issue also kind of makes it hard to understand when you present all these like -5% return, first day return was +5%, so on. Because many of these stocks, as I understand them, which are facing the short squeeze, tend to be almost like dollar stocks or penny stocks. So they are very low price, and a 5% return can happen with them just because it's a highly illiquid and a few shares getting traded will move through.
Yeah, so when in some of the tests that we're going to look at, can you actually predict the squeeze in the sample, we're going to be looking at liquidity we control for bid-ask spread, and it's not significant. Part of that too is that's one of the requirements to be in the sample. For a short attack to happen, it's going to be in these settings where there's a low supply, relative low supply of lendable shares, but it's also not always pennies. There are well-known firms in the sample, like Tesla is always short attack, but we don't need to. I don't want to like anchor on any one given example, but yes, that can be an issue for the liquidity happening. Okay, I'm gonna answer one more question and then I'm gonna move on. So I'm just gonna.
One thing I was trying to think about relative to the Lundquist paper is kind of like your contribution, as I understand it, sort of quantification. Lundquist acknowledges that squeeze is a big thing. I guess one other thing that you could add to the paper is, right, you observe all the other costs, right? You observe the borrowing cost, you're estimating the squeeze cost. Could that allow you to back into what the search costs are to find these firms? Just because there's a lot of overlap between what you have and what you want.
I think that there is some overlap with the Lundquist paper and the fact that they acknowledge that squeezes can occur and that short sellers care about them, but they did not quantify or document them in that paper. It's an excellent paper. Highly recommend you going and reading that paper. I don't understand, not every paper can do everything. And yes, we can. We could also put additional quantification of costs. We talked about some of the stuff in our framework, and we talk about anecdotal evidence that we have on some of these search costs and things like that. Also, we have 11 tables in the paper currently and about 50 tables in the Internet Appendix. At a certain point, I think it's interesting, and then, but you just can only stick so much in one paper. Okay. All right, we already talked about that. So let's start trying to answer one of these research questions. And in particular, the first one, is there evidence of squeezes? And this is where I start talking about Mark Twain. Okay, so you know what I'm going to say, Mark? He knows exactly what I'm going to say. So squeezes are really hard to observe directly. You can say it kind of looks like a squeeze. The price went up and it went down. There was short coverage. And we're going to show you a bunch of evidence, and we hopefully are going to layer on so many tests that all look like a squeeze that will convince you that there's a squeeze. Because when I was a PhD student and I worked with Mark would always say, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck and it swims like a duck, then it's probably a duck. So hopefully it's going to look like a squeeze and it's going to quack like a squeeze and swim like a squeeze, and we're going to hopefully convince you that we're documenting squeeze here. Does that do justice to it, Mark? Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. So here's our setting. We have about 1,400 short attacks between 2006 and 2020, and the data providers collect these short attacks. We've got the name of the short seller, the date of the short attack, the firm that was attacked. And the negative disclosures are often put up on the short seller's website, or they go to investor conferences and put together these very, very detailed slides, or they send out 50 different tweets on social media giving all of their research. And what I want to first draw your attention to in our sample is the returns in that 3-day period immediately after the short attack. So first, again, on average, they're negative, an average of -5%. So overall, it's working. But there's a substantial proportion of these initial returns that are positive, about 30%. And we're interested in, are these driven by tweets? And, price increases are costly because they lead to cost for the short seller. And it could just be maybe the short seller got it wrong. Maybe that's why the price went up. And so remember, though, that lovely graph that I put up earlier, if it is a squeeze, then the price increase should eventually reverse. So that's the first thing that we're going to look at, is do these price increases, these initial positive returns, then eventually go down over that 3-month post period. So just to give some descriptives on this, if we first look at initial positive returns after short attacks, we find that 53% of them fully reverse over that 3-month window after the attack. And it's unclear if that's high or low without a benchmark. So the first thing we then look at is, okay, well, how many of the negative returns reverse? And it's about 30%. So it's not, just off the bat rules out one explanation, which is that it's just random price fluctuations. Random price fluctuations should occur equally on the positive and the negative side. So it's not that, one thing to point out is that if you have initial positive returns, as the magnitude of the return increases, you're going to have more of them reversed. It's 64%. But for these initially negative returns, as the magnitude of the negative return increases, they're less likely to see it reverse. So this doesn't look like random price fluctuation. And we put this into a regression framework. We show that the relation between the event period return and that post-period return is more negative when the initial returns were positive. So positive returns are disproportionately likely to reverse. And at this point, you might be concerned, well, this could just be sample selection, right? The short seller has specifically picked a firm where they expect the price is going to go down over the next several months because that's, they've got negative information about them. And so this could just be mechanical where any positive returns have to be temporary just by definition because we know that the price is going to go down. So what we do to examine whether or not that is the case is we look in a placebo period immediately before the short attack. And here are the results for that. And the idea is that in the 3 days right before the short attack, the short seller already picked their target that they're expecting the price to go down on, and they've built up their position, and they've done all their research. The only thing that hasn't happened yet is the disclosure that can start off this whole cycle. And when we look at this this pre-period, this placebo period, we don't find any evidence that these positive returns are disproportionately likely to reverse. So again, we're going to, hopefully it's starting to crack a little bit. This isn't pure proof that there's a squeeze, but it looks like something weird is going on with these reversals immediately after short. All right. So, it doesn't look like it's because of random price fluctuations or sample selection. It's looking more like short squeezes, but just in case, we also look at 3 different benchmarks that hopefully we're going to look at positive return reversals in these benchmarks to see maybe this is happening in other cases with a similar setting. We just want to really make sure this is not driven by something else. Yes, yeah.
Just sort of thinking this through. So basically what you're saying, they shorted stock, they issued the news, didn't really work, and then they had pressure. The thing is that they were able to establish at current price level is not out of line with market. It seems to me like the kind of movement is a period where prices go up, that it puts pressure on their position, so that they were in line with market requirements, then the prices move against them, so they're out of whack with market requirements, and then they need to sort of cover, accentuate that initial move against them, which could take a period of days, but whoever GameStop doesn't have to cover. And then you expect large reversals positive returns caused by price pressure. So this is really like kind of a third, you kind of get at this a little bit more tightly. You want to sort of divide the windows, you want to see reversal.
So you want the sequencing of it all.
And also, this sort of earlier point, you just differentiate between positive and negative earnings, however you want to model it, but if you're you want to talk about short company, you really do need to, highlight the significant positive returns that are putting pressure on you in the market.
Okay, so if you want to talk about positive returns, I think you're really going to like our 3 benchmarks. You want to, the point about the ordering is interesting about that, but I agree that just relying on the comparison between positive and negative is not all the way there. That's also why we look at the benchmark, because, ideally we would have a control group of firms that an activist short seller has built a position on and then randomly decided not to issue the attack. They had a heart attack and died, and their surviving spouse didn't press the button. But we don't have that unfortunately. And so instead we look at these benchmark groups because we're also interested in these positive returns in other settings where we might expect similar price pressure and things like that. So first we have our first benchmark group is a set of firms where investors have large unhedged put option positions in the firm because we're trying to get at, you take a put option position in a company and you have negative beliefs and you're expecting the price to go down. So we're trying to identify a sample of firms also where investors have strong negative beliefs about them. It's a little bit different. There's less skin in the game, the options, and there's also not this disclosure aspect that we have in our setting. Another one of our benchmarks is we look at a sample of firms where they have large increases in short interest, because if it's just the short interest, like this combination of price increases and high short interest that is leading to the reversals, like the patterns that we're documenting, we should see it in this other group too. But this group, again, doesn't have this disclosure aspect. And of course, when we're just looking at aggregate short interest, we don't know if it's one person with a large position or a bunch of people. So it's, we're trying to sort of triangulate our evidence here. And then the last one is we looked at a sample of firms with negative earnings surprises and high short interest. Because again, we're interested in this negative news event, which I think is coming back to your earlier comment, Zach, about news, and also the high short interest. Yes, Phil.
Right. I'm interested, sort of triggered a thought when we have the negative earnings surprise benchmark. So it's not about the benchmark comparisons, but I'm kind of wondering, do you have any sense for what, in a sense, causes the failure of the activist shorts attempt to sort of sell their stories? I sort of view it as like they're sort of trying to take control of the narrative of the firm. And I wonder what the firm, I suppose, is doing to try to get back control of the narrative. Are they managing their narrative? Do you have any sense of what it is that's going on here that leads to some of these failures to get back to the short?
So I think this is related to Mark's earlier question about what we think is happening. And there's a few different things, which is why we look at our determinants in a little bit. And we have some evidence that positive firm disclosures after the attack increases the probability of the squeeze. Like if you issue your negative report and then the firm comes out with a positive news release, that can increase the positive returns and set off the squeeze that way. Whether or not that's the firm giving back at the short sellers, we as academics cannot take a stance on that. But, I mean, as academics, we can't say anything. But from the perspective of the short seller, it doesn't matter whether or not it was a pre-planned earnings or not, it was a pre-planned press release or if the firm did it in response. That's one of the things. But again, some of these other factors like the recalls, we can't say necessarily what prompted the recall, but there has been some anecdotal evidence of firms telling some of their shareholders, please don't lend out your shares. And we find one example of that happening in our setting right after a short attack. But it could be that they're talking to them behind the scenes saying, hey, why are you lending to the short seller? You should recall your shares. Again, we can just look at the surface level things and say, yes, this is linked to the squeeze. We can't really dive into people's motives on it, other than what we've heard anecdotally.
Yeah, I think that's good. Because obviously that last example, the SEC would not be quite too happy about selling people shares. But I'm just interested, like, it seems like there's a big disclosure in the firm that people decide.
Yeah, no, I think that it is a fun, as a disclosure person, it is a fun disclosure setting, and that there's this negative disclosure from the short sellers, and one of the responses is is a disclosure by the firm itself. And I'll this is the end. We'll be talking about that a little bit. Yes, John.
T equals 0 is when the short seller releases their report.
Yes.
Do they release it at the beginning of the day, the end of the day?
We don't have the timestamps, but again, anecdotally, I think it's usually at the beginning of the day. Because
you're getting that from the data provider?
No, we don't get that from the data provider.
But they're the ones that tell you.
Yes, yes.
So there could be a lot of errors
There's,
Does he have an on-speed on or cost one?
I don't,
That would be consistent with the return along T0. If there's a lot of notes in them.
so we do have two different data providers. I think they've got one job and it's mostly just to identify the date. So I think that is not too difficult for them, but I don't want to rely too much on that.
We don't really.
Yeah, that's also good.
What's mine during the day?
Usually not Michael. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, if we were concerned about the measurement error in the dates, which I'm less concerned about because moving on over the last several years since collecting a lot of these reports, we do have two different data providers and they overlap slightly so we can compare the dates between. So we haven't done that, but we can do that. Okay, yes, Henry.
So if you think about, the effects on market discipline and whether or not this is useful, I mean, it seems like there's a holdup problem where it's different than the Keynesian beauty contest where you can kind of project whether other people are going to believe in this divergence from underlying value. It's that if there's public disclosure, people know that they can put pressure on the firm that has to cover their position. And so people who don't know that are buying maybe with information asymmetry. So some people are buying because they know that somebody's going to have to fight. And other people are buying because and then they're going to get out, and other people are buying without that knowledge. So I guess is that, if you got that predictable mispricing, which is what you said, or not predictable mispricing, but consistent mispricing, you don't know when it's going to happen, but 15% of the time there's going to be mispricing. Then I guess you've got that 15% sort of dead weight loss, right? Can you think about optimality that way? 15% of the time, spikes and then drops. Just because there's a belief that, or there's this short squeeze whereby somebody has to buy at an inflated price to cover their past position. And is that at least that could be a cost as you think about optimality?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, certainly. And you're not even just talking about the short seller at this point. You're talking about other market participants. If we're thinking about sort of overall social welfare, someone else can find. Yeah.
Like getting the price to be where it should be. So there's that cost on one side. So then there would have to be some offsetting benefit. Whereby this discipline's like reckless short selling or something. But I think we at least start off by saying there's that cost in the time the price spikes and then in 3 months has gone down.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting way to talk about it. It's not just the short seller, but there's
right.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I said great. All right. So when we have our benchmark samples, so if we don't like comparing reversal rates with negative returns, we can look at initial positive returns in each of these benchmark samples and then look at reversal rates there. And we find that it's significantly higher in our short attack sample relative to any of these benchmark settings. And we can, it's kind of interesting too. Again, I didn't put this in my slide, but if you look at the magnitude increasing, again, you're more likely to reverse positive returns of the short attack, but we don't find that it starts to go down for these other benchmarks. Yes, Stephen.
It's going back to Charlie's point. There's some number of the short speed fail, but you're not picking up those.
What do you mean by fail?
Like you try to short speed somebody.
Yes, there could be. Yeah, like predatory traders are trying to come in, but essentially the evidence is too strong and so they're hard, or they don't get in there quickly enough. I think some of this could be like a matter of who's able to get to the market first to get the price to go up. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess it's 50%. And then going back to something about firm wants slow positive news and itself. It looks like the squeezers would also work like release. I know they have to be careful about manipulation, but they would want to say, oh, there was this widely shorted report, and we actually think buy. And do they try to get around?
So one thing that we find is, I'm so glad that you're interested in this. We also were as well. That's why we looked at determinants. And one of the things that we show contributes to squeezes is retail investor trading and then the sentiment of on and media. Actually not traditional media, just online media, which is consistent with some of the forces around stuff where people were sort of psyching each other up online. We're maybe finding a little bit of evidence of that. Okay.
Yeah, in terms of predicting the squeezes, something else that seems relevant is the long side and their constraints. So one thing in particular is you have a lot of passive management. What they should be doing is when the price skyrockets to start to sell, but if they're totally passive, they're not going to make it much easier to create squeeze. Versus if you have active management, that's going to be much more willing to provide liquidity against people trying to create.
Leon has a paper on that, by the way. So he agrees with you. Oh, did you have a question? I agree. So we do look at the level of institutional ownership ahead of time, and we're actually not finding that as an ex-ante predictor in this setting, but in general, like that dynamic does exist, and I refer you to Leon's paper.
Yeah, I was just thinking because institutional ownership is going to capture both passive and active.
Oh, so you want us to differentiate between them? Yeah. Okay, so again, we're finding more reversals amongst positive returns in our short attack sample relative to benchmarks. We can put this into regressions and find this all significantly more reversals relative to the three benchmarks. So this is all really nice for us because we're finding evidence that yes, there appears to be this asymmetric reversal of returns after short attacks where positive returns are more likely to reverse than negative initial returns. But if there is a squeeze, we also expect there should also be heightened short covering. And prior research that's tried to identify squeezes has looked at both of these things, the reversal and the short covering. And so what we do next is we compare the short covering in our sample of these short attack firms that have positive initial returns followed by reversals. We compare those with our three benchmark samples, which include ones that have positive returns that then reverse. And if we plot the short covering, the red line is for our short attack sample, and we show that yes, over this event period and this post period, the short covering is significantly heightened. And this makes sense if there is a squeeze, because short covering is sort of the tinder that fuels the squeeze. And if it makes you feel better, if we start to look out far enough into the future, the short covering converges again. So there's something unusual in this time. Yes.
So I know that you're not presenting your papers, but you do have like successful papers. There are three scenario attack was successful and or unconvincing and not subject to the squeeze. The third one is the squeeze. So I actually have the same thought as Stephen because literally you are showing three actually successful squeeze. It could be the counterfactual is that there are always like market forces that discipline the short selling. There are some like short squeezes. Like here you're not observing the successful squeeze. But then in addition to that, so the second one is that sometimes if the attack was unconvincing and not subject to the squeeze, so why that's the case? Because I know that you are looking at like some determinant prevalence of the short squeeze. So maybe for that case, usually we thought, oh, they should be happening. But even in this scenario, it's unconvincing, but still there are no short squeezes. So, but in your empirical analysis, you didn't seem to touch on that. I don't know whether you have something about that in your paper.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple different things. First of all, if they're unconvinced that there is no squeeze, there is no time prediction on what the essentially zero returns, but then other things come into the market. So I think some of those actually show up, for example, in our sample of short attack firms that have positive returns that don't reverse because there's other fundamental information that comes into the market, or it could be some of the negative ones. But yeah, that's a source of, it's essentially a source of measurement error here, which is why I try to say about 15%. We can't say it's precisely 15%, but yes, I think it's just no. Okay, so at this point, we've showed you that these short attack firms, and how much time do I have? We showed you that these short attack firms that have positive initial returns, these positive returns are disproportionately likely to reverse. They have heightened short covering, looks like a squeeze. hopefully it's quacking a little bit. And so we use this then for the rest of our paper as our proxy for short squeezes in this setting so that we can look at some of these interesting drivers of the squeezes. We call this positive reversal. But before we do that, we just want to make sure, is it really acting like a squeeze? We just want to validate this proxy. We want to make sure it's quacking. And we want to make sure all of our ducks are in a row. I'm very proud about that pun. So we do some additional tests. The first thing is, if these are squeezes, then we would expect people to be talking about it in the press. And so we look at squeeze-related news coverage, and we find that if you're one of these positive reversal short attack firms, then you're much more likely to have news articles in this period afterwards that talk about short squeezes. And we also look at other market outcomes that we would expect to accompany squeezes based on some of the prior literature. So we find that these positive reversal firms also have heightened stock volatility, and we find that they have higher stock lending fees and lower shares available to lend, which is consistent with some of the prior evidence from Allen et al. About like the Volkswagen squeeze, about disruptions in the stock lending market. And we also find that insiders are less likely to purchase shares of these firms in this post period, which is consistent potentially with them viewing the stock as overvalued, because again, if there is a squeeze, then it would make sense for them not to want to buy shares at that point. So none of these tests we think individually is conclusive evidence of a squeeze, but we think that, sort of combined, if you layer on layer after layer of evidence, it looks like squeeze. It's hard to think of something else that is explaining all of these things. So based on this positive reversal proxy, we estimate that roughly 15% of short attacks are followed by short squeezes. So we've been able to answer our first research question, and we've even got time left in the presentation to talk about the second research question. We touched on this a little bit. And what is driving these short squeezes? And first we're going to talk about, are they predictable ex ante? And so we're going to look at a few different aspects of things that, if we are just looking at attributes of firm ahead of time or attributes of the short sellers, which attacks can we predict would be more likely to have squeezes? Is it affected by visibility of the campaign or credibility or other drivers like short selling dynamics or institutional ownership or the information environment? Yes, Rahul.
Anybody can edit those applications?
We cannot. That is not observable. But your idea then is that if the short sellers have pockets, then they're not going to be squeezable. Yeah. Yeah. This is an important point, and this is something that Christian was asked about. He's the best editor, by the way. I just want that to be, it's on the recording, right? Sorry. Hi with all the other ones. What I say to my kids. You're my favorite. Hi with all the other ones. No, okay, so this is something that we thought about. Yes, we would expect that if you're more constrained, you're more likely to be squeezed, but also, or you're more likely to have to cover. But there are two other things that are going to lead you to have to cover even if you have pretty deep pockets. So if there's a stock recall, you're going to have to, if there's a stock recall and you can't find someone else to lend you the shares, you have to cover. And also, yes, maybe you can sustain the current loss, but in our sample, we find that 30% of returns, initial returns are positive. Half of them fully reverse, the other half do not. And so you don't know ahead of time which one you're going to be. And so you don't want to keep waiting for price to go up or keep waiting for months for you to be paying these lending fees for it to never go down again. And also there's again, these risk management policies that a lot of these funds have that they're like, we don't want to have a runaway position here. So we're going to trim back our position. And so for all of these reasons, even if you do have these pockets, you're not going to never cover, right? You're going to need to cover your position, and that can still cut off. So, but yes, the pocket thing matters. And I just want to go back and say that all of the JAR editors are excellent. Yeah, sorry, make a
issue.
I just want to say from a theoretical perspective, your results that no exempted indicator that short squeeze actually makes sense.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Because if any of the indicators were predicted, it's more likely the short squeeze, the short seller would choose would be less likely to choose short in the first place.
Yeah. Sure, you're stealing the wind out of my sails. That was my big punchline.
Exactly. So I feel if there is any exempted predictor will predict short squeeze, actually I would be sense.
Yes. Okay. Good. I'm glad that. Yes, I agree with you. We didn't really expect to find much here, and so what I'm going to show you. Look, can you read that? I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So if we look at credibility, we're not really finding anything because if you're a low credibility short seller, you're going to have a really strong conviction idea before you're going to issue this attack because you don't want to get squeezed. And also, if we look at all of these other market factors, like the short interest ahead of time, the information environment, if it's something that they can plan around ahead of time, then we're not going to find anything in this area. What we do find is that more visible short sellers are more likely to get squeezed, which we measured this with the number of their past campaigns. And this is because they draw more attention to them. Maybe they have made some enemies in the past amongst firms or other investors that can make them more likely to want to trade against them. But this visibility is also something that is potentially tied to the success of the magnitude of the success of successful campaigns. So you could just change your name and issue a report under another pseudonym, and you lose this visibility. And so this tie to the squeeze goes away, but also you've lost your credibility as well. And so it's kind of a double-edged sword there for short sellers. So overall, mostly these short squeezes are not predictable ex ante, except the visibility thing where short sellers have to trade off. Yeah, and then I'll go to
to look at would be to see how often hedge funds do actually get a substantial financial in response to short squeeze, right? I mean, of course, there's no disclosures that these hedge funds provide that capitalization. But if you look at, what people did, a news media search to look at instances, that could be an interesting measure to see how.
I think that is not very frequent. I think that Melvin Capital is not normal, because that was not normal times because of these risk management protocols that they have in place, because they want to avoid that at all costs. So we have this quote in the paper from Jim Chanos, who's like, even if we love a position, if it's going against us, we turn it back, because they're like, yeah, it doesn't matter how strongly we feel about this position. If it's going against us, it's not worth using this. Henry.
Yeah, related to that point and to Rahul's point, I mean, you talked about the idea that if investors are aware that there's a vulnerable short term or firms taking a short position, that can invite predatory trading. And so it's possible that not only just because they don't have these pockets are they not able to, the way to write it out, but they have to, cover their position quickly with going in higher. But also there's more of an attack, right? Like if it looks like a weaker target, so you get this I would especially predict what Rahul mentioned, not just because the strength of the short seller is diminished, but because the attack gets stronger from people who are participating in short. Like if you're doing predatory trading, you got like that dual effect. And can you look, like even if you can't check their financial statements, can you check attributes like their size or anything that would indicate that they're some top target?
So we do look at with the credit. I can go back. With the credibility, we do look at if they're a rookie short seller. And again, this is so maybe I should have unsaid what I said with the school. I do think that the deep pockets does matter, but short sellers know that ahead of time. They know if they don't have deep pockets, so they're not going to put a bullseye on their head if they're not going to go out of their way to have a really weak position going into the short attack if they know that they're not. So again, even if we did have that data, we might just find a whole bunch of nothing. Yes.
Can you go back to that slide with the questions? We'll have
I've been thinking about this and don't know the right time to ask this question. I'm just trying to talk now. But I'm quicker to believe that the answer to question one is yes. But what I would like to learn from the paper is then who is doing it and how. Right? If I was doing this, say, can I document our speed? Yes. Okay, who is doing it? Who is on the counter side of that? And it's not the way you frame the other three questions. I think you're kind of trying to answer the things that I am, but is there a combination of your results 2.1 that will answer that? Who is doing it and how?
Yeah, when we get to number 3, I think that is where we're going to get like affected by.
But then I that some of these validation and determinants kind of get to that as well. You see inside, there's so I'm not quite sure you're validation, but you're actually getting to the point of how. Like, is there a way I think that's what I was struggling to then wait until 2.3 to ask this question. But I think the 2.1 and 2.2 are all getting to this. Can I document? Yes. What does this mean? Who is acting? What is being done? How is it?
Yeah,
different way of teaching the second half.
That's true. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I mean, yeah, because with the disability thing, most of the ex ante things don't matter, but with the disability, why would it matter? And I think that's coming into starting to see. Yeah, this is something that we're, some of it is somewhat unobservable, and as well, again, when we get to the firm stuff, we can see that the firms issue the disclosures that are tied to speeds, but are they doing it on purpose or not? Unobservable. And the same thing with recalls affect squeezes. Is it purposely to squeeze them or not? We can't really make a point on that. Okay, excellent. Yes, I've got 8 minutes. Our next question then is the probability of short squeezes after short attacks affected by the credibility of the short seller's evidence. I've touched on this a little bit, but we look at a few different things. Does the short seller provide new evidence in their report that wasn't publicly available before? Do they back up their claims of overvaluation with an accounting analysis? See, is an accounting paper. And are they more specific in their allegations as opposed to just like general name calling? And when we look at this, and this is where we're going on again over the last several years, we've been gathering these reports. So this is why it's great to have authors who have very good foresight. And we also got to read a lot of them. It's very interesting. So we find that for short sellers that issue reports with original evidence, they're significantly less likely to be squeezed, which is part of like if you can get stock price to go down immediately and significantly, then it's harder for these other dynamics to start needing price to go up to set off the squeeze. And we also find that accounting analysis is significantly negatively tied to speed. So again, overall, if the evidence is more credible, less likely to be squeezed. I can't remember, maybe this is Mark's point earlier about is this a disciplining mechanism? A little bit, it is. So this is nice that if we have people, short sellers just saying nonsense about the company and they have low credibility evidence, then they get squeezed, and that seems pretty fair to me. Oh, well, now I've invited you guys. No, yeah. I agree with you on that, but then in my next set of tests, I'm going to show you some other stuff that is not tied to credibility that is going to also come into play. And then we look at number of allegations, but that's not significant. So overall, we're finding, yes, these squeezes are affected by the credibility of the evidence. And then last of all, we looked at, are they affected by actions of early market participants, which I think a lot of the questions have touched on this. So I'll kind of just go through these results. So first of all, firm and securities lender actions. If insiders of the firm purchase shares of the firm in that short window right after the attack, that's possibly related to squeezes. And this is because insider purchases are often tied to price increases. And if you have a price increase, you can set off the squeeze. And also if there's a recall, because that directly forces the short seller to cover their position. So again, we can't get at intent here, but these are a couple of the attributes to play. Sorry, I see right in the back there.
So I really like table 8 and table 9. I wonder if you could put them together a little bit though, because
insider does buying back is like them sending a credible signal that this isn't a correct report. But then in table 8, you showed us, hey, if they give details, the market responds for them. So it would be interesting to see how does a buyback interact with a credible report? Because that's almost like the battle then, right?
So we're looking at the interactive effect.
Yeah.
We haven't done that. I mean, we are controlling for table 8 stuff and table 9, so this is all incremental.
Yeah, but it's not controlling so much
Yeah.
as saying conditional on.
Yeah, I
Because
understand.
it would be cool if the insiders are overcoming these reports that appear to be credible by buying back and putting kind of the money where the mouth is. But if it's unrelated, I just would like to know. Christian will give you a better.
Because he's such a great editor. Right. Yeah. 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 Well, okay, and on average, we do think they're right because it's not in the paper, but again, we looked at the returns, like the average returns, not just that they reverse, but on average, they are significantly negative. I think it's like minus 70% over that 3-month window. So this does look like a constraint because I do think that on average the short sellers are correct, but that doesn't mean that sometimes they're wrong. Like sometimes they are wrong. I'm not saying that they're perfect. I'm getting a lot of hands up, but I've only got my watch says 3 this morning. Maybe I'll take one more question and then who's got maybe Sid got it because I've already got it.
So are you interpreting the buy-sell imbalance result as the insider sending a credible signal that the stock sellers might be off at their assessment? Because don't you have this validation test that if it's a short squeeze, they don't buy?
Yes, it's so interesting. This is one of our appendix tests. So in the short window right after the attack, if they do buy, it's linked to a short squeeze. But overall, if we look after that initial event window, they are less likely to buy after the squeeze has occurred. And we also have a test in the appendix showing that if they buy in the initial window, they're more likely to sell after the squeeze. So to me, like I don't know what people's intent is, but to me, I don't know if it is credible evidence that the short seller is wrong or just a really good attempt by the firm to say that they think the short seller is wrong, to publicly say that even if they don't actually believe that the short seller is wrong. Like there's some weird stuff going on with the insider purchases that is pretty interesting. That I'm going to defer. We can talk afterwards. But we also, again, I mentioned this earlier, there's more likely to be squeezes when retail investors are trading more and when there's a lot of positive online media sentiment, kind of tied to some of the dynamics around GameStop. They also tied to market returns, like a rising tide lifts all boats type scenario. And then the last thing we looked at is firms' disclosures after the short attack, either direct responses or just positive disclosures that may or may not be related. And we find that direct responses are actually negatively associated with squeezes. Usually it's just they only issue a direct response if things were really bad and stock price went down a long way to reassure their investors. Same things about the short seller. But when they issue these positive disclosures, that increases the likelihood of a squeeze because it's going to lead price increase. And I think they try to get in there quickly if they can to change the narrative. Again, this may be an intentional response to the short seller to squeeze it, or it could have just been the thing that they had scheduled to come out that. So overall, we find yes, firm and market participant actions can affect the probability of the squeeze. And so if I sort of wrap things up, yes, we find evidence of short squeezes after short selling attacks about 15% of the time. We look at some of the drivers of these squeezes, and we think this will be helpful in helping us understand the risks that are faced by short sellers because they are a key information intermediary disseminating negative information. And so this has implications for potential additional short selling constraints. So thank you so much for all of the comments and the feedback, and we really appreciate it.
Okay.
Can we please announce it somewhere?
Oh, you need to charge?
Yeah.
Oh, we left like charger packs on the table.
It doesn't work, the one that is on the table.
Okay. Okay. We actually have some right over here. You can grab it.
Did you get my email just to like show the room like while the announcement's going on? You know, and like
Okay. So you don't need to share the slides.
yeah, don't put the slides on until he starts talking. Like until the slides can be up like here, but like on the YouTube, just have the room.
Okay. So screen share.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Christian should be letting you know, but yes, yes. So we should put a mic on.
No, I'm gonna go to the podium. Okay. Ray should get a mic,
yeah.
Right?
So
she might have left the mic there at the podium.
Okay.
Can we get him mic'd up?
Yeah.
And Ray wants you to let him know.
You have 25 minutes, and I give you like 5 minutes or 10 minutes warning. 10-minute warning. I'd be happy. I don't need you will take questions. I don't need to really bother.
I'm moving in time of you. Substantial.
You do whatever you think is appropriate, and we're gonna need sometimes questions. Okay. Thank you. You can put his slide deck up now, this one, so that you can see that. Okay, and then I will.
Just to confirm, let me just make sure that.
Yes, exactly.
back. Get started. So, as many of you probably know, the JAR conference for many years had been generously co-sponsored and supported by the KPMG Foundation. KPMG ended their support of academic conferences last year, which triggered some thinking on the part of the accounting group at Booth and how to secure the future of the annual JAR conference. So the idea that arose was to create an endowment as it would signal our long-run commitment to holding the annual JAR conference. And the conference has this long and proud tradition as the first journal conference in accounting, and it's known for its sort of workshop style format. And so the idea became a reality, and it's with great pleasure and profound gratitude to all of you who have contributed that we're announcing today the establishment and the naming of the Ray Ball Journal of Accounting Research Conference. This honor was made possible by the generous contributions of Booth alumni, faculty, colleagues, and others who've interacted with Ray over his long career, many of whom are in this room, along with a very generous matching contribution by Chicago Booth. We're very proud that the conference will bear Ray's name going forward. I cannot think of a better and more fitting name for this annual event. Ray's seminal contribution to the field of accounting and finance, I might add, are nothing short of legendary, especially considering that some of the really fundamental contributions were written when Ray was still a PhD student. Over the past 5 decades, Ray has profoundly shaped the careers, the accounting research of many people in the room here and doctoral students and accounting scholars worldwide. He's left an indelible mark on the discipline and is simply one of the most brilliant minds of accounting. What makes the naming even more fitting is that his most influential work is directly tied to the development of the journal and the JAR conference. In 1967, Ray and Phil Brown presented a paper at the second ever JAR conference. At that point, empirical research was actually a rarity. Sidney Davidson, along with Nick Dopich, deserve huge credit for featuring empirical work in both JAR and at the conference, and for having the vision to establish the JAR conference. And then, of course, there's the 1968 paper with Phil Brown that was published in JAR. It's undoubtedly one of the most important capital market studies of accounting. And this path-breaking research has not only fundamentally altered the worldview of accounting, but it's also been a key factor in the ascent of JAR to one of the top journals in the field. Last but not least, the naming coincides roughly with Ray's retirement from our faculty last year. In this sense, it's also meant to honor and thank Ray for his important role in building the group PhD program to its current strength. His career came full circle in 2000 when he joined the faculty and also became an editor of JAR, shaping and influencing its direction. Since then, Ray has been an inspiration to all of us on the faculty. He's been an impressive contributor to our workshops, offering thought-provoking alternative explanations, challenging the conventional wisdom. Ray, we already miss your contributions dearly. By naming the conference in Ray's honor, we not only recognize his extraordinary achievements, but also seek to ensure that his and the conference intertwined legacies endure for generations to come, and that the Ray Ball Journal of Accounting Research Conference continues to serve as a place where path-breaking and exciting research is being presented and debated. We hope it serves as a testament to Booth's unwavering commitment to scholarship in accounting, and also as an inspiration for young scholars in the years to come. It's in this spirit that I now ask Ray to come up and give his remarks on the economic welfare of and the archival literature in accounting, which will offer reflections both on the past, but also on the future of accounting research. Ray.
must say I'm still overwhelmed. Sincere thanks to Christian, who I think initiated the idea, and to a marvelous group of people who donated money towards funding the conference. I'm just overwhelmed. I'm going to be talking about a paper that is already published in JAR. So this is the first time I think a conference presentation has preceded, has followed publication, not preceded this. But I want to say a few words about why this matters so much to me, okay? And I'll probably ramble on a bit too much. There we are. So I grew up in a very poor family. My parents didn't go beyond third grade, and I ended up in a high school, and I was put in the trades stream, not the academic stream. And I did woodwork, metalwork, and technical drawing and accounting. And I was a miserable failure on 3 of those. And it turned out they noticed that the teacher noticed that I could add 3 columns of numbers at the same time. Said, you're going to be a good accountant because this is before there were calculators. And I was due to leave school at age 14 to go make some money. And I was able to get a scholarship to continue high school. And I did pretty well. Then I got an American company, REAM, who had an Australian subsidiary. They sponsored me to go through college, and I worked as an accountant with REAM while I was in college. And I must say, not having an educational background in my family, when I got to the first year of college, there was no structure. I just blew it off. I had the world's best table tennis band going. I played a lot of poker, a lot of squash. And we had exams at the end of the year. And just one exam at the end of the year was what determined your entire grade. And all of a sudden, I noticed some of my friends were studying. I thought, damn, I got to study. And so I thought I'd fail. And it turned out I topped the year. I don't know how I did, but I got a letter in the mail. We couldn't afford a telephone. We got a letter in the mail from a guy called Bill Stewart, to whom I've dedicated that paper. Okay, if you read the acknowledgements thing. And it said you should come in, you should get hold of my secretary, come for an appointment. And so I made an appointment, went to see him. He said 2 things to me I'll never forget. One is he said, I'd like you to join my accounting honors class, where we do a lot of accounting theory. And the other is you really should go to America. Which then was really, in fact, this is 1963. It was not normally done. And so 60 years before I wrote the paper, I sat down in Bill Stewart's honors class, and our first textbook was accounting. It was Gilman's Accounting Concepts of Profit. Okay? And I was hooked. Okay? Finally, this thing I was good at, I could read stuff that made some sense. That's where I started 60 years ago in the accounting world. Okay? That's why I dedicated the paper to Bill Stewart. That's why accounting matters so much to me. Why JAR matters so much to me, we've already talked about. The 1967 conference. Christian spoke briefly about its origins. I can add a bit of color to it. It turns out Milton Friedman and Sidney Davison. Sidney was the head of the accounting group. They were close friends. And Milton Friedman said to Sidney Davison, you guys should listen and do it. And so Sidney, being a bit entrepreneurial, started this conference. It was called the Conference for Empirical Research in Accounting. And I think about the first 7 or 8 before that. And so Chicago actually did kick off the empirical work in accounting to a large degree. So that's why it matters to me. That's why I dedicated the paper to those two. If you do inflict upon yourself the pain of reading the paper, you'll notice it's written in a very personal and elegant form. I didn't write it in publication. This is saying, what is it? Reflecting on the last 60 years. This is what do I make out of it? Right? And I had 2 marvelous editors, Wetzi and Rodrigo, and they convinced me I should do things like have roadmaps and things that you could make use oriented. that we did. But it still is a very personal thing, and it's sort of, I apologize for the arrogant way in which it's written. So start out by saying basically, look, accounting has existed for millennia in a variety of civilizations, okay, for a long period of time. Significant amounts of resources go into it. Okay? Even if you go back to very early primitive times, we have a scribe who was inscribing in a trade tablet. These were highly educated people. This was a very, very expensive resource. Okay? We put a lot of resources into accounting, and so it must matter economically. Something that you put so many resources into must create benefits. Okay? What are they? Okay? So my view is that accounting must create substantial amount of aggregate welfare, but you wouldn't know that if you read two things. If you read basically textbooks and curricula, and if you read the academic literature. Okay? So if you read accounting textbooks, you tend to get accounting transactions that are increasingly complex as you start at the beginning, get up to advanced, okay? And nothing about what this adds to the world. Okay? And I think I really believe this is one of the reasons why there are several reasons, but one reason for the declining accounting enrollments in undergraduate programs, the current generation is a lot more idealistic. If what you said was okay, you're going to grind your way through life dealing with all these complicated transactions, it doesn't appeal very well. Okay? Secondly, the literature. The literature's got marvelous results. It's full of very, very interesting average effects, correlations, whatever, various types. Okay? But very little attempt is made in the literature to interpret the results in a paper in terms of what does this add to the world. Okay? So I thought, okay, what happens if I view the literature in terms of these papers as providing different proxies for welfare effects? Okay? So I broke the literature up into three streams. I think other people would break it up differently, but this is the way it seemed to me. The real effects stream, price effects stream, and costly contract. Okay? Now, at the end, I say a little bit about how you select one versus the other. They are actually structurally related. First of all, we all know that prices and quantities are jointly determined. You don't move a quantity without moving a price, or vice versa, including implicit prices. Okay? And contracts specify the dimensionality of prices. That's what they do. So my favorite example is a compensation contract where there are incentives based upon earnings. Okay, the accounting regime, how you calculate earnings, changes quantities, management effort, it changes the price, okay, management compensation as a function of the design of the contract. Okay, so these streams are related to each other. But I speak about them separately, okay? So first of all, real effects, okay? If accounting doesn't affect what people do, why do it? I mean, that's what we're here to do, okay? It doesn't affect firm decisions and household decisions, okay? Households being investors or whatever, okay? Why do we do it, okay? And I've got a few little examples about just at some level of minutiae. For example, on an accrual accounting, okay? If you were operating on cash accounting, then managers would have little incentive to provide credit. On the other hand, if you say, okay, we will do accrual accounting and we'll accrue a receivable at the time at which the sale is made, now managers have an incentive to offer credit. Similarly with inventory. Okay? With inventory, if you're in cash accounting, you don't have any incentive to hold any inventory. So just even at a level of minutiae, the way you teach introductory accounting, okay, what you do, what you teach affects what people do. So real effects are obviously what we're on about in life. Okay? And so there's a large literature that's going on real effects. There are some limitations of it from a welfare point of view. Things like how important from a welfare point of view is this real effect? Okay, there's a calibration problem. Is the effect too large or too small, or you know, like Goldilocks porridge, just right? Okay, we don't really know. So that there are a number of issues involved in trying to interpret real effects literatures in terms of aggregate welfare. But my view is, despite those limitations, just thinking about the aggregate welfare effects of a study is an interesting thing to do, okay? Or is an important thing to do. Okay? So real effects, obviously that's the game we play. Okay? Price effects. Unfortunately, that literature has been dominated by equity prices, basically data driven. There's obviously a lot more data on equity prices. So some bond prices, they've got compensation data. But we don't get to see all of the prices that are affected. Every single factor price of the firm and every single product price in principle is going to be affected by some accounting decision. Okay? So we see a subset of the prices. We have the same sort of calibration of the thing. Are the price effects too large or too low? Is this a very important price from a welfare economic point of view? Does the price of pencils have a big effect on a welfare point of view? The price of chips, for example, is another issue. And so when you think about it in terms of welfare effects, you start asking questions. How important is this price? Okay, how big is the effect? There is this large literature on value relevance. I confess, Phil Brown and I were the people who started that. In the JAR paper that I'm talking about, there's a dreadful mistake. And misquote our results. I say that we discovered that 22.6% of the information included in return in prices over a year is included in the change in earnings over a year. The answer is 50%. I pulled the wrong statistic out of my own paper, but that's what they call the senior moment. With Shiva Kumar. Shiva Kumar, I call, these days I call senior moments bearstone moments. You know what I mean by that? That's a cricket reference. So here I'm rambling, okay? Because I'm excited by this, so I'm saying that. So let me go back. So we started the value relevance literature by using returns as the benchmark for earnings. And these are a natural benchmark. A lot of people think of returns and these things that happen in the share market by buying and selling among investors. And earnings are due to accountants calculating numbers on the GAAP. Over the life of the firm, they're identical. Okay, it's cash in, cash out. The difference between cash contributions by investors, cash return to investors. Okay, in the long term, they're identical. In the short term, there are timing differences. Okay, prices lead earnings as a result. But returns are a natural benchmark for finding out properties of earnings. So what we concluded in the Ball-Brown paper was that about a half of the information that goes into the share market during a year is caught in the change of earnings for that year. Okay, and we also concluded, however, it's not timely. Most of it presents isn't. Another example of a paper that benchmarks earnings against returns to learn something about accounting is Sedipta Basu's paper on conservatism. Okay, we say, okay, the information that flows into prices, does it flow differentially into earnings as a function of whether it's good or bad? Okay? So that's using returns as a benchmark for earnings to figure out some properties of what accountants do. Yes, 10 minutes again. So again, there's now a very large literature. Now, it has been taken way too far in some places, using actually the correlation between earnings and returns as a metric for evaluating account. So the cheeky way in which I usually argue that is, in mark-to-market accounting, we talk about marking assets to market, marking liabilities to market. Why forget about all that mess? Why don't you simply mark the book value of equity to market? Set stockholders' equity equal to the number of stock shares outstanding times the market price. Okay, and then the balance sheet. What the balance is value added, the difference between cost and market. The interesting thing about it is that you have a perfect value relevance score for accounting numbers, and they would add nothing to welfare. Simply duplicating a price that's available in the marketplace is unlikely to add a whole lot to that. In fact, I've got an interesting argument in the paper that says, think of it the following way. What gets into price is a bunch of information based upon guesses, plans, expectations, whatever, okay? And a lot of what gets into price is verifiable results, such as how well the firm did last year. So you can think of accountants as adding value in the economy, creating wealth and welfare effects by actually figuring out what part of returns is contractable and what part isn't, what part is independently verifiable. The interesting thing then is you get the opposite of the value relevance view of the world. It says that accounting has value to the extent to which the numbers are not correlated with returns, because you're separating two things out. So what is the optimal R-square between the accounting numbers and stock return numbers? I've not seen any proof of that. I think it lies somewhere in that domain. Okay? There are a number of other problems with value relevance. One of the issues that I always point out is that shareholders have an interest in how good the accounting is from the point of view of other people contracting with the firm. Why? Because those other people price protect. So if you're lending to a firm and the accounting numbers are not reliable for you to contract on the basis they add risk to you, you price protect. Okay? And so shareholders will pay a price if the method of accounting is suboptimal from the point of view of other parties that firm contracts with. So when you start to think about things from an aggregate perspective, you see it quite different. Let me almost finish by talking about the folly of addressing aggregate issues from a micro level. Okay? My favorite example, some of you have heard this before, is the adoption of international financial reporting standards pretty much worldwide back at the beginning of the century. Okay? So the standard argument, one of the standard arguments is that international financial reporting standards are such that they increase transparency. In other words, we could look through to what's going on in the firm better and reduce risk to shareholders. And this would show up in terms of a lower cost of capital with the firm. One proxy would be a price earnings ratio. Okay? The problem is that this was an aggregate result. You can't look at it individually. So if every single firm in an industry has a reduction in its cost of capital, we learn in Econ 101 that gets passed on to consumers as the firms compete against each other. Okay? When the industry supply schedule, remember we used to draw these in Economics 101, in the industry supply schedule, where it falls, okay, price falls. Okay? So this says you'd expect the ultimate beneficiaries to be consumers and not investors for an event like this. It not only is all the firms in the industry, all the industries in the country, and many countries in the world adopted international financial reporting standards. And competition should, of course, the main beneficiaries to be consumers. So we look, from an aggregate point of view, looking in the stock market is looking in the wrong. Okay? So that is an example of the importance of looking at what we do, I think, from the point of view of aggregate. Last thing I think I want to say is that there is, I think, a growing industry. Several people here, I quote, that last year, John Mill, actually directly estimating aggregate welfare effects themselves, using structural models, using general equilibrium models. They are not the be all and end all, but one of the things that they do is they make you think more about the aggregate and the relationships in the aggregate. And so there are more moving parts in them. So you get in these models, when something gets changed, other things get changed, and it acts more like the economy. So one of my favorites is Narcissus, which you've got two ways of managing earnings. One is real earnings management, the other is accounting earnings management. If you clamp down on accounting earnings management, then basically what firms do is more real earnings management, which is welfare reducing. So I think that this is the way we should be going in the future. So let me finish by saying two things. It's been a fabulous career. Thank you all. And I do believe it's important in our classrooms and in the literature and in the eyes of regulators and other people that we actually give more attention to the aggregate effects of the county. Thank you.
We have time for Q&A, so you can just run the Q&A and people want to ask questions.
So I'd like to point out that my hearing has declined a lot today. So please speak loud. Okay? I can't work out whether that was totally boring or totally.
Thanks, Ray. Congratulations. If you could go back, you've had great training, I know, but if you could go back and change anything in terms of your training at Chicago or take different classes, what would you do? What advice do you have for us in terms of anything you would change in terms of your training? Thank you.
So I've said this once before. I arrived from this program, as I told you, with exams at the end of the year. And a lot of the classes I did were survey type of classes, including Bill Stewart's, the one I spoke about. And I arrived, and my first class I took was Milton Friedman's Money and Banking. And after 3 weeks, I thought, damn, this guy is not doing anything other than talk about how he thinks about the entire world. He's not talking about how anybody else thinks about it. Okay? And it almost killed me because I then went and bought all of these books at the bookstore and read them, and there was a midterm exam that I didn't know about it. But yeah, anyway, the point is that I learned it. And then from other people, Palmer, Miller, Stigler, one person after the other, they taught a class about how they saw the world. And it made me realize that survey classes, okay, teach you to be a consumer of research. This person did that, that person did this. And the way they were teaching in Chicago was to make you a producer. Okay, learn a framework. And these are people who kept producing a long time through their lives. Okay? And I do think that's probably the most influential part. You know, there's courses and models and all sorts of things. That's the most basic thing that has stuck with me. Okay? When you're teaching, teach people how you think. Okay? Then they get depth from it. They get a structure. And they'll learn to develop their own. Okay? I don't believe a word of monetary economics anymore. But I did learn something about how to develop a structural view of the world. So that present your question. Okay.
That's great. So you spoke a lot in the beginning about us thinking more about welfare and doing sort of more aggregate analyses. I mean, I would argue that a lot of us in the literature are trying to do studies that have real effects or do pricing effects, because we do believe that they also will then have sort of knock-on or sort of real effect consequence. What do you think is holding back? Like, if you had to say, like, here is a couple of the constraints that are holding back doing more, either more aggregate stuff or things that do map into welfare. So why is not more of that happening this way?
So you're talking about the choice of what to study, right? Yeah.
In particular, the question sort of like if I heard you right, or from what I remember from the piece in JAR, is that you're basically saying, look, ultimately we should think about a bit more of not just sort of doing the partial analysis, documenting the price effect, but at some point we need to put this back together and we just say, how does this construct accounting that we've created, how does that add to society? How can we estimate the welfare effect? Where do you think are some of the constraints for why we're not doing this more? Is it that we needed to sort of
Yeah. I'm not preaching people to go out and just do aggregate welfare studies. Okay. the major message I'm trying to get on is just think that way. Okay, so that's why I have done it before. When I go through talking about the real effects, price effects, costly contracting, before I get to talking about studies that do correctly estimate aggregate welfare effects, okay, in the middle, I basically say, look, what's important is that you think that way, and that's why I use that example of international financial reporting standards, right? Just say about the difference between thinking about something in the classic way where you run a cross-sectional regression across firms, maybe a bit of across time, okay? And basically your unit of analysis is the individual firm, okay? And if you start thinking about it in terms of aggregate effects, you realize that the unit of analysis is not really the individual. There's a lot of wheels going on in the economy, a lot of wheels turning. Okay? If you want to build a structural model or a GE model, you can't have too many wheels turning, but at least makes you think about that sort of thing. Okay? And so, you know, I'm not saying we'll see a whole bunch of economists flooding into accounting with the aggregate welfare models. I do think it helps if you think about the day-to-day literature that we have in those terms. Okay? Patty. I've known Patty for longer than I always see, so Patty.
One thing I have, you know, when you talk about aggregate welfare, you know, we've got problems with the externality, and I'm wondering too, like, you know, as accountants, we've often measured things in terms of dollars, and then we've made everyone really focus on dollars and value and shareholders' equity. And so haven't we been part of the problem as well? Because things that we can't measure with dollars cause a lot of externalities, and we're not measuring them and get to solve it.
Yeah, I have quite a long discussion of that, and a little bit at the beginning, I point out that I'm going to really talk about welfare effects in terms of economic efficiency and not equity. Okay? Because I don't know anything about equity, but point out that there's an emerging literature on externalities that is relevant to that. Okay, so there are both positive and negative externalities that are discussed in the literature. The classic rationale for disclosure laws was that there are positive externalities. The firms underproduce information because their information tells you something about what's going on in other firms, right? So, you know, George Foster's was also fill in my paper in '67 in JAR conferences about there being market and industry factors in terms of it. So when one firm's earnings are informative about another, so you will tend to underproduce earnings information because relative to the social optimum, because there are externalities again. On the other hand, positive externalities. On the other hand, there's literature on negative externalities. One of them is on the crowding out effect. There's the whole literature on the channel that goes from producing information to getting it to investors. It has limited capacity. And it's exaggerated by the fact that firms tend to announce their earnings around the same time. And firms in a particular industry tend to announce within a day of each other. So the literature says there are negative externalities in information production, okay, in that sense. There's also a literature that I really like about how a new regulatory mandate affects some and not others. Private versus public firms, okay, large versus small, innovative versus non-innovative firms. Regulatory actions can be end up having a benefit for some and a negative benefit for others. I think that's I've cited a few of the papers I'm aware of, but I think that's a very, very important issue. It's more worthy of study. Okay? The literature, a long answer to a short question, Patty. The literature has historically been dominated by the positive externality results. Okay? But it's very unclear that that's all that's going on. So, yeah.
So I'm curious to hear what you think how the impact of accounting research over the course of your long career has evolved, in particular relative fields like related fields like finance or economics. And I'm suspecting I know where your answer is going, and then how could you help us?
Yeah.
Our
Yeah, I mean, I had a dialogue with Steve Zepp from Rice for decades, where he was saying, "Show me the study that had an effect on accounting." In, you know, that some study told them what accounting standards was. Okay? I think research affects the way we think about the world more than anything else. My favorite example is the following. Let me go back to Sidney Davidson and Milton Friedman. There's this famous story of when the American Economic Association was a very small organization, and they had their annual meetings, and they had a little bit of a stock portfolio they'd invested in. And the question is, on their balance sheet, would they put it at market value or cost? And Sidney Davis, the accountant, says you can put it at market value. Milton Friedman said he didn't trust stock markets. It should be a cost, right? Sorry. Yeah. But I will get to the point. When I was a student, it was unthinkable that you would put share prices on a balance sheet. It was just unthinkable. Okay, when we started the Ball and Brown paper, one of the accounting professors in Chicago told us not to do it, that you'd be this is the quote, you'll be correlating garbage with garbage. One garbage being accounting earnings, the other garbage being stock return. Okay? It was just, people didn't study this stock market, except statisticians. Okay? It wasn't until Farmer Fisher, Jensen, and Roll that we saw any systematic looking behavior in share prices people could interpret. Okay? The Farmer Fisher, Jensen, and Roll graph, believe me, I remember showing that to people, they acted in disbelief that you see this seemingly rational response of behavior of share prices. Okay? And so the work done on market efficiency, okay, the Black-Scholes work on option pricing and a whole bunch of other stuff has led to a situation in which we are now happy putting all sorts of securities on the balance sheet at market value or estimates of market value, level 3 estimates using all sorts of weird wonderful models. Okay, and that was unthinkable before all of the development. The Black-Scholes model was published in 1963 in the Journal of Economics. Okay, it had all of a sudden we had option trading going on, and then we had option prices, and now firms trading in options and these getting marked to market on balance sheets. Okay? So I believe just the research affects practice not as directly the way Steve Zepp talked about it, but just how we think about the world and how we think about the structure of our accounting and how we approach accounting standards. Okay? And so, so there's been just a sea change. I've got an example in the paper actually of accounting for marketable security. And when I was a student, it was lower of cost of market. Okay? And it changed to market value. I talk about all the correlated developments that are complementary to each other that I think caused that shift. Okay? And some of them is, the changing belief in markets. But I should point out, by the way, when I was an undergraduate student, I was pretty stupid. I was young, young men, they kill themselves in cars and stuff, which I narrowly avoided twice. And there was a professor who was hired in finance, the first finance professor that the school I was at, and I was the TA. I was called the tutor there. And I said, you've got to teach present values in a finance class. He said, no, you can't do that. It'll never be practical. And of course, what changed it was basically making it so be a backup. I think changed it for the calculator that people could use. And the point I want to get out of it is that the present value model at one stage was something that was unique to markets that we use in accounting. So the development of the present value model it became generally accepted over time. And so the accounting profession said it is generally accepted. You can put leases capitalized at their present value on a balance sheet. In 1976, that was it couldn't have happened in the 1960s. It would not have been generally accepted that the present value of lease payments meant something. Okay. So yeah, present value model, web shoals, market efficiency, all of these things affect in subtle ways what we do. Long answer to the short question. No, but sorry.
We started, there were a group of economists that opened the question of welfare, thinking about all the benefits of markets that were the benefits of markets were enormously undervalued. And these group of economists like Friedman and Stigler thought about welfare, but they didn't think about welfare topic by topic. They had an agenda to rethink the function of markets and how they help allocation, how they help efficiency. And so it wasn't just one study on one particular notion, but an entire work agenda to push the welfare and the value of markets. Just would be interested to think your thoughts about whether the lack of thinking about welfare is related to the lack of a organizing framework or organizing push towards one integrated way. For example, could be why are markets coming back and being less used, and we trust regulations more. And what I see is more and more accountants think about regulation as being helpful without thinking about the alternative, which is why do we not trust market as much as we did in the past?
Yeah. Well, firms are alternatives to markets. That's Ronald Coase. Okay. We know markets don't solve every problems. I mean, the Coase theorem of the firm, Coase theory of the firm. This firm exists because it's more costly to do what firms do in markets. Give you an example. When the firm is cost accounting will cost, if you've got a production line and there are materials and labor added down the production line, what the cost accountants are doing is costing that. If that was market transactions, this would be one person at one stage selling their product to the next person. You'd be selling this to the next person. And the contracting would just be unbelievably complicated because something someone did here can affect what happened there. So the firm is a solution to that. You bring it internally within the firm. That's theory of the firm. So obviously markets are not the solution to everything. I want to say one other thing. When I was a student, what happened is old guys would get up and talk about things like the accountant of the future, or what research is going to be like. And my reaction was they always seemed to be people who did two things. One is they weren't doing any decent research anymore. And secondly, what they were recommending is stuff based upon their past research. Okay? And now I am one. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Okay? Form your own view on it. But, yeah.
Ray, I think Alan in the back had a question. Alan, I think there's a mic. This mic should be on.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Alan Fyden, and I know Ray probably as long, if not longer, than everyone else in this room. I was lucky enough for Ray to join the University of Queensland in 1971, and Ray taught me, and Ray is the reason I came to Chicago and got my PhD. What I wanted to say is that, Ray, your way of thinking outside the box, which is so evident here in what you're saying today, we experienced that firsthand back in 1971 when you came to Queensland. At that time, accounting was, to use the words of Monty Python, not boring. Ray came in a breath of fresh air. So, for example, just one of gazillion, the question of whether you value a blast furnace at market value or cost when the blast furnace was no longer being used. These were great debates, important debates. I remember clearly Ray saying, what are you talking about? You're just not talking about the right asset. If the blast furnace is not being used, it's a pile of scrap. And I'll tell you what the cost of a pile of scrap is. It's the same as the market value of this furnace. And he had a huge influence on, we were then young Turks, and that had a huge influence on Australia. So a lot of those people, including myself, came over here. Ray, you haven't changed. It is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan.
So I was trying to figure out the chronology here of your life. So I went to Wikipedia, and so you were born, according to Wikipedia, in 1944. Is that correct?
Didn't hear who said.
Oh, Mark, yes. Mark. So in 1967, you were 23 years old, is that right?
67, I was 22, yeah.
When you wrote, so I'm just trying to figure out how you fit all this in to be 22 years old at the JAR conference in 1967.
Well, I had a pretty good co-author. That's another message. Choose good co-authors.
I just have a hard time seeing how you could do so much in so little time. So you graduated from undergrad when? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I was doing the math there, trying to figure out how you fit all of this into such a short time period.
I can assure you the stuff I learned as an undergraduate had negative value. No, when you're young, it was sort of fun. Like the University of Chicago had one computer in the whole university. Okay, it was batch processing. So that means one job at a time was going. So when you were computing, no one else on campus was. Okay? And it was sort of exciting, right? And there were physicists down there at the computer center who were swearing because we had more data, and so the job would take 3 minutes, and there's taking like 10 seconds to put. And so it was fun. I was young. I didn't have a wife and kids, and yeah, it was fun. And Phil and I were perfect complements. I could program pretty well before I came to Chicago. I spent a while as an intern at IBM in Sydney before I came, so I was pretty good. But Phil Brown wrote code like people write letters to their grandmother, and so we were a good pair. So yeah, it was good. But the other thing is, I'm going to point out, the place was exciting. It was alive. It was electric. The school was small, and so you'd walk into Ascot Hall, which was where the school was then, and say something. And there was the mail room was right at the entrance, and there was a blackboard. You'd say something, and someone would jump up and start writing something on the blackboard and prove as to what you were wrong. And so it was just a live place. And so I can't take all credit for what happened. We could not have done that anywhere else. Okay?
So how do you feel about the recent decline in accounting enrollment, and what can or should we do about it?
Well, don't get me started. I wrote a little piece on this. It's publishing for a month. I think there are a number of factors. One is the 150-hour rule. Look at the data. Some of the people in this room have collected them. And it's pretty clear that the extra year did not noticeably add any productivity to accountants. And I quote one person who rather sarcastically said, under the rules in most states, you could spend the extra year studying basket weaving, basketball, whatever. Okay? But it's clear, looking at the data show that if anything, a slight decline in things like CPA exam pass rates and things like this from people who did 100 extra year in college. Okay? So when there's a shortage, there's usually a reason why price can't adjust to fix the shortage. Okay? There has to be some sort of constraint on price. Well, it turns out the constraint is that the CPA firms can't afford to pay a higher salary for 150-hour people than 120-hour people because they're not more productive. And so the price is constrained. And so you get a shortage. So I'm sure that's one of the major factors. The other is, I said earlier, okay, the accountants, we do a bad job of selling what we're doing in a world of idealistic students, okay? It's a different world than when I grew up. They're very idealistic, and we do a bad job of selling the contribution we do. And there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in the literature that can be drawn upon as a way of thinking. So even when you're like in an advanced class dealing with accounting for a very complicated transaction, if I was teaching it, the way I taught undergrads, say, well, why do firms do this transaction? Why do they want to do it? Could they do it if we couldn't measure its effects? Okay? What would the risk be to the firm of entering a transaction if they didn't believe it could be measured, its effects could be measured? Okay? And so, just as a way of thinking about teaching accounting, I think the aggregate welfare approach has got a lot going for it. And I think it's one of the reasons why, with this idealistic world, accounting majors are less appealing. Okay? But yeah, adding another year onto the training to no apparent benefit surely has an effect as well. Okay? And sadly, as Andrew has documented, it has a larger effect on minorities. So if you are income constrained, the cost of carrying somebody who can't earn for an extra year and has extra tuition payments is higher. Okay? And so, yeah, but I could talk about that topic for a long time. Because
just to follow up on this, so I think part of the problem is that very actually hard to see out. Right? What is it that they have said, right? Or I mean, help us think about how do you think about what accounting is doing the job, right? What accounting kind of create a financial report that all types of. How do you think about it?
Yeah.
How could we count?
You mean individual accountants?
Well, no, it's like overall, not just any one in particular. How do you think in general about measuring the output? Because this is, I think, part of the problem, right? We could easily demonstrate the value of accounting in the table, and maybe a lot more people would do.
Well, going back to the earlier question, if it wasn't for constraints on price, the lower bound to what accounting contributes would be the resources that are put in. Okay? But no, I think the way to think about it is to say, look, what I said earlier, if we are not able to measure the effects of what companies do in all of the complicated affairs they're involved in, then they wouldn't be able to do that. Or put it this way, it would be risky for them to do that. Okay? So I'd say the major selling point is that accounting enables firms to do things that they would want to do. Okay? It also enables investors to do things for households to do things that they'll like to do. So by more information, we make better decisions. Okay? And I think that's a basic result for both firms and households. More information, we make better decisions. But it does relate to particular accounting methods, to go back to what I was saying. It's a complicated transaction, you don't know how to measure it. Okay, we're not giving accurate information to people to make decisions. So I think the real effects and the price literature a way of thinking about it. Right? What are the effects? Are they optimal effects or are they not optimal effects? That's a pretty oblique answer.
Ray, on that bleak answer, I think we're going to give people a little bit of a break. Thank you for giving us the special session, and again, congratulations to all their projects.
And thank you, Rose. Thank you. Thank you, summarize everything. It's incredible.
Thanks. One last reminder, 5:15 bus leaves in front of the Rubenstein for the conference dinner. So there will be a shuttle. You don't have, I mean, you can, of course, get there on your own, but if you take the shuttle, it leaves at 5:15.
Bring your